Peace and love and welcome back, everybody. How about a mic check? I'm actually just setting my mic up, ain't that a B? Just setting this thing up, man. Hold up, y'all. Okay, drop ones if we good to go. Drop a one. And let me go ahead and let somebody know about themselves. Who we got here talking that shit? Let me talk back. Hold on. You ain't gonna get away with it. We don't let nothing slide. Let me find you. Let me address you. We saw you. What they said was, man, start the show. Fanboy 4K. You know, I'm gonna be nice with Fanboy 4K because that brother just excited for me to start the show. Let's drop a bomb for Fanboy. Fanboy, I actually got a newfound lease on it. I ain't gonna say nothing wrong against you because I should be happy that somebody is anxious for me to start my show. Let's clap it up for Fanboy. He can't wait for today's show. Yeah, Fanboy, I had to think about it. Said, why I'm mad at somebody? Because they so anxious for me to start this shit, right? That's something to blush about, right? But let me just share something with you. The reason I start late, well, I don't start late. The reason I do long introductions is because you really can't start cursing and being explicit to after around 10 minutes. Yeah, they got this rule to where you can't really turn up to after 10 minutes. So a lot of folks like Charleston White and myself, we'll spend 15, 20 minutes just dancing around bullshitting to get that time out the way. And I ain't the only one do that. A lot of folks do that. Even folks who don't got censored shows where they talking a lot of shit, they do that too, just in case. So yeah, you'll see a lot of people having 10-minute, 15-minute intros because of that. But salutes to everybody in the building. It is another Monday Madness Roundtable. And I got a bunch of controversial debates on the table that I think will get people riled up and ready to talk and get the intellectual juices flowing. So, my first topic is, are blacks emulated by every other race for good reasons? And we voted no on that. That ain't really my topic. That's just a poll I'm doing. We can talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. Let me make that clear. If you got some good clips for me, please give me those too. People, get your flat earth calendar. People are ordering them like hotcakes. I'm about to ship some more out today. Make sure you get your flat earth calendar. I put a lot of work into this calendar, and it's guaranteed to wake some people up. Most of y'all be coming to me, how do you wake them up, brother Sanchez? Sanchez, how did you wake your family up? Man, how I woke my people up may not be how you need to wake yours up. If you try an approach that I'm trying, which is just going at them straight up with the knowledge, and that ain't working, try this. Spend money on conversational pieces, like a flat earth shirt. Because with that, then that's gonna make somebody come to you talking about it. If you in your man cave, you invite the brothers over, they see this right here. But I say, man, what today's date is? Look at the calendar. Yeah, when they come look at this calendar, if they're a globe head, when my globe head friends come over, I don't really gotta talk to them about flat earth because they see it on the shirt, they see it on the calendar, and they gonna be introduced to flat earth arguments all around if they fucking with me, even if I don't open my mouth up. It's gonna be shit around to make them think, and I think this is very dope. Every month got an argument that you just can't debunk. Every month, look at this one. This is for April because it rains a lot in April. Watch this. This is how light reflects on a flat surface. This is not possible on a curved surface. Yo, you gotta get your flat earth wall calendar. Visit the video description area. Get yours today. Now, something else that's been flying off of the shelves like hotcakes. Woo, buddy. I'm talking about people. They are on this thing. What is that, Brother Sanchez? Brother, if you ain't got my theory of forms, like I got a lot of good shit right now. I got your flat earth calendars. I got your pay-per-view debate coming up on the 22nd. Man, I'm excited, man. It feels good to be busy. It feels good to be having something going on, man, and to be completing my work and where, you know. So most definitely, let me share some stuff with you guys, and then we're gonna get on into our show. On July the 29th, I will be debating Fight the Flat Earth on July the 29th at 3 p.m. Pacific time. The three arguments to the debate will be gravity, distance to the sun, and Earth's rotation. This will be moderated by Jeranism. So come on out for a lovely evening with us on the 29th if you are interested in that. And again, people, I told y'all, listen, this thing going like hotcakes. The theory of forms is going like hotcakes. I want to thank everybody that got the copy. Sorry about that, people. Yeah, the theory of forms is going like hotcakes. So if you need any of these items that I just mentioned, you can visit the video description area right now and get all three, or you can just go to brosancheztv.com for all things Bro Sanchez and explore the site, and everything you need will be there. Because we got a lot of good stuff that I know you want. You know, I don't put out no whack merch. Okay? Now, at this time, where do I want to take the show? Where do I want to take this? Give me a sec. Hit that like, share, donate button if you want on your way in. We'll really appreciate that. Let me pin my links up here, and like I said, we'll start. So by the looks of the voting poll, yeah, get in that video description, people. Get in the video description and check out the 3 links that I got there for you. Because I got some for everybody. If you like the debating shit, I got a pay-per-view debate coming up, man, 29th, 3 p.m. Pacific. If you like if you just like the flat earth shit, but you ain't trying to debate either one, look, we got calendars, man. All right. And like I said, that Plato's theory of forms is very, very deep. It's advanced sacred geometry and syncretism for bright minds. It ain't no shallow work. All right. So if you purchase the theory of forms, I'm going to drop the bomb. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with my USB hub. I hate when this thing go to doing all that. But you know, I'm excited. If anyone cop theory of forms and you've already watched it, come on up today and talk about it. The people that purchase theory of forms, if you already watched part 1 of it, we want to hear what you think about it. Now, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat room, and we're gonna entertain Smoke first, like we always do, and then we will entertain Roundtable. We'll do the Roundtable. Y'all know how we do. We do got a structure over here, and we do got regular programming for our people, and we are growing. People are loving Sit Down with Sanchez. Baby, drop the bombs. I'm looking at the algorithms, man. We in there. Right, man. Follow me on all of my platforms. Sit Down with Sanchez, Bro Sanchez TV. Make sure that y'all go and sub to Golden Wings Media and Flat Power TV, because I will be uploading edited videos on those channels, documentaries. I'm going to do all my live stream presentations and live streams on this channel and my other channel, but I'm going to be uploading edited documentaries on Flat Power and Golden Wings. So get in the video description area or just go to the website and you can access everything concerning Bro Sanchez. We are opening up the Roundtable, but we are opening up for smoke only. So Bobby is actually clicking the link, and I don't know if the brother got smoke or if he's just waiting on the Roundtable. Somebody told me to stand up for sure, long as you're a sister. Okay, Sari, Aaron, stand up.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
What up with it, bro?
Oh, man, I can't call it. How about yourself?
Man, I can't call it neither. Feeling good, man. Salute. Hey, I don't know if this is smoke or not, but you know, us both being musicians, I'm really into this cymatics and stuff. So I got a couple videos I want to send you. I just found them. You know what I mean? It's an old school professor named Professor Lathwaite. I don't know if you heard of him before, but he from out of England. If you get into his research, he was probably one of the first people I ever seen doing actual experiments with electromagnetism, cymatics, shattering glass using frequencies and stuff like that. So I'm gonna shoot you this video, and I want to know your opinion or anybody's opinion on what he claimed as far as using cymatics to bring things into life, like he's showing mountains form and rivers and things like that. So shout out to everybody. Salute.
So, yeah, basically, I already know exactly what you're talking about, and we can go into that right now. And no, that ain't smoke. That is just a good conversation, which is cool. I'm not tripping. I'm just trying to encourage smoke to come. I want the brother outside the cube who's watching in the shadows, and I had to remember to call his name out if he's listening, because I think he's listening. And brother, don't be in the shadows. We'll make for good sparring now. Come on up now, son. Don't you be in the shadows. Don't you be in those shadows. Now, what was I gonna look up? Cymatics. Let me show you how this works.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link in the back chat for you.
Okay.
Boom, there you
And
go.
and let me just say this real quick. When that brother talking about mountains and all of that being formed with cymatics, that's how the earth creates formations. There are no geographic shapes on our earth in our landscaping that ain't music vibrations. Meaning every mountain we see is a song. Every river and crevice and crack and cut we see on the landscape of the earth is sound vibration. So I'm gonna play your video here.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah. That's basically what they were saying is that music is
yeah,
liquid architecture and architecture is
right.
frozen music. You
There
got
you
it.
go. Basically, if they said it like that, then I might need to fucking hit this man up because that's a quote of mine.
Yeah, this old school. That's why I seen this documentary probably like 15 years ago, and I never could find it after I seen it because this back in the DVD era where
Yeah.
niggas had the DVDs and shit, and I just ran across it again. Just looking through shit on YouTube. But yeah, he one of the first people I seen do the cymatics, and this probably like back in the 70s.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't know if this dude's still alive, but if you can find him, he cold.
yeah, he probably old if he is, but I'm gonna check this video out. It's 28 minutes. If it was shorter, we'll all just watch it from beginning to end right now. But what I
Yeah,
will
yeah.
say, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna give you a point of reference in the video real quick. Hold on. I think it's like the at probably like 17 minutes where he start to show like the yeah, probably like around 17 minutes, 16 minutes and 30 seconds or 16 minutes where he start to show like mountains form and he show like how sound can create movement. Because
Okay.
a lot of times they'll show like the sound creating the shapes and the geometric shapes. But what he does is show like how when you take the cymatic beams and you cross them against each other, like the ley lines, when they actually start to interact with each other, this is where you get the movement, you know what I'm saying? The things being able to move and go to and fro and shit like that. So
Yeah. Mm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check this out, man. I can already that old shit. I love that old
here you go, right
shit,
here.
bro.
This what I'm talking about. This what he's saying, like this how mountains form and
And if
rivers
you
and
look at it,
and
it
and
looked like a natural landscape.
that's what it is.
Yep.
That's what he's showing you. Like with sand, I can show you how natural landscapes come into formation, rivers and valleys and peaks, and this shit hard, man.
Yeah, man, it is.
Yeah, everything has
Yeah,
a vibration,
that's right. And
its
that's
own
what I'm
vibration.
going into in the theory of forms. What Plato is calling forms, we call them like aura field vibrations or the Van Allen belts. But to hear Plato try to explain cymatics and all of this shit in his time is crazy because the way they was talking back, the way he's putting it is on some, you're gonna see that Plato inspired the Bible and the church, and that the church was on cymatics for real. They was on all of this knowledge we own right now. But they fucking made it, they obscured it and it went occult, but we can still see remnants of this shit in the Bible scriptures and all that. And when they say that in the beginning was the word, that's saying sound vibration formed the whole universe, man. You get what I'm saying?
That's a fucking fact right
So
there.
when you go and read the Bible with your third eye open, you realize, yo, whoever wrote this book was smart as fuck. They so goddamn smart, they know how to talk over people's head with the knowledge. See, you got to really know your shit to now where you can start speaking it in code. Like you got to know English good before you can start making a coded language with English. You just can't come over here from another country, learn English, and now you making coded language with English. You got to know the language good to even code the shit right. So it's like, you got to understand that these folks was so fucking fire with the understanding we just now waking up to, they was coding it into many religious forms. That let you know how long this shit was common knowledge to them. To us, it's like, ooh, nigga, that made the hair on my skin stand up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that's a fucking fact. You know what I mean? And when it comes to cymatics and like the word, the vibrations that we speak out, you know, we say our words have transformative properties and we can bring things into fruition. We can manifest, right? My study into like researching this cymatics led me into like ancient Buddhist chants, like people that's able to activate what they call your second vocal cord. You know what I mean? Like what I'm talking through right now, it's another set of vocal cords behind this that most people don't even know how to activate. And when you go into like these different temples, that's what they really trying to teach you through meditation. When they do their ohms and they ums and stuff like that, it's like a binary sound. They actually able to harmonize through a singular person. It'd be like two separate notes coming out of one person. It's cold. And by them able to create their own binary frequency, meaning two separate cross-referencing notes through cymatics, they able to actually bring things into fruition, manipulate matter around them, so to speak. It's a crazy concept.
We're gonna have to definitely get into that, man, on some maybe, man, you can do a one-on-one strictly about all of this deep cymatics in the future too. But we can keep giving them the knowledge today too. This is interesting stuff. But if you still got smoke, the door is open for smoke too. But you know, as you can see, we chilling, we having discussions and debates. So whichever one. Salutes to everybody for your time. And whoever want the flow, just, you know, unmute your mic. It's casual, man. Salutes to all of y'all for joining.
Salute, bro. Sanchez, the panel was good, y'all.
Salutes.
We taking questions, we taking debates, and we just letting brothers build, man. So yeah, salutes.
Yeah.
I do got some smoke too. Go ahead, Dara.
Oh, go ahead. No, I ain't got nobody.
Yeah, I got a little Kindle. I don't know if it's smoke, but
this
it's
a
a
little
Kindle.
piece of smoke, Sanchez.
And I'm gonna drop the link for for more smoke and more people to join. Come on up, guys.
And this just some slight observation that I've been doing the last couple of days. Now you know Bobby be on them motherfucking parasites, right? So here I go. I'm doing listen. I went and did research on the TED Talk. You was there, Daryl. The TED Talk was saying that 1/3 of the world has a dormant brain parasite, right? Daryl, am I making this up? This is Toxoplasma gondii. They said there's no avoiding this. It's in a water source. It's everywhere. And they said over time, this single cell organism, what make this one parasite so great is that it's actually responsible for people erratic behavior, meaning that promiscuity in women, aggressive behavior in men, car accidents all have been linked to this brain parasite because they say it makes women promiscuous and men aggressiveness because somehow innately in this parasite that's how people reproduce. Like if a woman is more promiscuous, she'll go out and have more sex. A man more aggressive, he'll go out and procure more women, therefore spreading this parasite around. You dig what I'm saying? So it actually, but hold on, one more thing I wanted to drop before I'm gonna give it to you. The key thing they said about this parasite though is that when it manifests in felines, like in cats, it gets stronger. Like if it get into a cat, it actually gets stronger. That's why pregnant women can't be around cats and all this. And as soon as I heard them say, if it get into a cat, it gets stronger, it brought me right back to Egypt and all the cat worshiping they do over there.
Now let me ask you a question. I ain't gonna ask a question first. I'm finna show people using what you just said how Brother Sanchez deciphers shit. Right now, tell me the name of this parasite. I'm gonna type it in.
Toxoplasma gondii.
Toxoplasma
PLASMI. Toxoplasma Gandhi. Yeah, there you go, right there, Gandhi.
Now,
Yep,
now guess what I'm gonna do? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find this parasite. I'm gonna look for the images of him, and I'm gonna show you that what they calling a parasite is some spiritual shit, some totally different with symbolism and how I'm finna break it down and with the location they say. Now check it out. You could say, well, Sanchez, you're reaching, you doing this, but this is how I do my research. So look,
I'm not gonna say you reaching.
So look, right? I'm just gonna, like I said, with sacred geometry, I'm gonna look at the thing first. I'm gonna simply look at it. And one thing that I'm looking for, just to show y'all how I research, I'm looking to see, you know, just the shape of it. Because sometime, like in science, they'll give us a concept that's ancient, but act like they just discovered it, if you know what I mean. So watch this, right? So here's what we looking at now. This is the parasite that they said basically so powerful. It's overriding your willpower. That's what Bobby told me. That's what I'm summing up with what he said. If there's a parasite on my brain that's making me behave a certain way, and if it wasn't there, I would literally be behaving different because I will have full control over my own body, then we're all possessed. And possession is a spiritual thing. Possession happens in the spirit. Let me show you something. The people that don't want us to know.
I'm there with you.
Yeah, they don't want us to know, right? That they rather call it a parasite, but when they say it's something on your brain got you behaving all fucked up or whatever, that's because you ain't opened your third eye. What's on your brain is ego and ignorance. When they said white folks got a calcified pineal gland, which is why they can't go to heaven, that's false. That it don't matter what color you is. If your ass is ignorant, you don't have the knowledge to go to the next point of your ascension. Ignorance is hell. Knowledge is power and moving on up. You got to be interested in the spiritual unseen world for it to be interested in you. Ain't nobody choosing and ain't nobody begging your ass to go to heaven and to be interested in ascension. So that ain't how it go. It's ready when you ready. So check this out, right? Everything they tell us, you got to decipher the shit. Now, I can be wrong when I decipher some shit. Me deciphering some shit is my attempt to see it my way. My way ain't always right, but it gives me a A and a B. Some people going through life and they only can see it their way. And they at the mercy of just whatever they give me, that's what reality is. I have my own reality that when I'm presented with something, I put it up against that. And then if it's make most sense than my theory on that part in my reality, then I'll adopt it into mine, if you see what I'm saying. But when I do that here, I'm telling you, Bobby, you're onto something, because that, I'm gonna show you, for example, how I make a presentation out of that. See, I would fucking get this little picture right here, and I'll put it next to this picture right here, and I'll show you what I'm saying about this thing on your, what they're always talking about in the brain that's controlling everything is the mind. They don't want us to know that our mind, it ain't no parasite. It's just that if you ain't feeding your mind the right shit, see, it's your mind that's the most high that's governing the body. Look at this right here, this collage right here. This is how the mind projects your avatar into creation. These two light beams that you see on the side of this holographic human, that's your left and right brain. Don't you know that your body is inside of your mind right now? Let me show you how that looked. Thanks for Bobby for activating this shit, because y'all was going to get probably a shit show and some debating. And now you get knowledge.
And I want to just say this real quick. I'm glad you syncing it all together, because when I as I do the research, I'm separating the body from the mind. You see what I'm saying? And the brain. And also when I say this thing affects the brain, that's like I'm looking at the body as the avatar for what the mind and the spirit is. So it's almost like saying my computer got a virus. My PlayStation, like that's my PlayStation that has the virus. You know what I mean? But a lot of times we don't separate ourselves like that. Look, man, in that pineal gland, we don't separate that from the body. We actually think this flesh and bones and this bag of it, we think this shit is something that we actually control when it can get under attack.
Yeah.
And so, that's what I think, alien invasion and all that shit. My fault. Go ahead, bro.
You good. I'm just gonna say this. You see this white light, guys? There's something called a star in a jar experiment. Y'all can do this too. Watch this. I'm cooking with Bob. Well, I'm moving beyond the parasite thing. I'm just showing you. They don't want to say we got the world on a certain kind of frequency to where they're let me show you. See, there's a black hole in the middle of our fucking brain, and what it's like a doorway. It can be open real wide, or it can have a little crack in it, or you can shut the damn door. And now here's the thing. Physical people can't close and open this door in the mind, but frequency can. Vibration, depending on what kind it is, will influence ignorance or awakening. So just like this proper vibration made you awaken, the improper vibration will put you to sleep. And what that looked like on a spiritual level is, you know how when we go to sleep, right? We close our eyes. When you get rocked to sleep with indoctrination and your mind is put to sleep, your one eye closed. You got this one eye up here on the brain. This thing will shut. And at that point, they say, he got a calcified pineal gland. He can't. They say you can't understand the secrets of the universe because your third eye calcified. You can't connect with nature because of it. No, it's just the fact you're closed-minded. You got, once we open this damn, when they say open your mind, when this shit here start realizing, you know what? I don't know everything, and goddamn it, maybe I've been lied to, boom, and start opening that shit up to let new knowledge in. That right there will make a motherfucker be born again. And see, that's what I'm talking about. This war going on Earth. And anything a person tell me about something that's controlling my behavior, I'm already gonna start thinking about some kind of mental parasite like what you bringing up. But then, you know, I just want people to think of that shit like this little green man up there inside the brain. He can be parasitical because if that's your true self, that's the mind. And if your mind fucked up, every can move it, switch it, hit in the body gonna be some self-destructive. So that's like a behavior patterns from some parasite making us argue more, making us want to shoot shit. But look, what it really is this little green man, they got him hooked on drill music, trap music, this music. And once he go to vibing to that shit, he go to controlling these controls in a trap nigga way, in a drill nigga way. He go to moving his body like, hey man, look, I'm a drill nigga, I'm a trap nigga. Well, you know what I'm saying? Now some other energy is dictating your behavior and energy and who you are. And that ain't who you are. You see what I'm saying? And that's kind of, that. It may seem simple, but if you think about it, that's goddamn demon possession. You will die, and at your death, you will realize, yo, my whole life I was a fake motherfucker. That wasn't really me. Guess what'll happen then? You'll have to be born again till you live out your truth. And that means that at the end of your life, when you realize you live the false version of yourself, that ego is killed. That's an egg. Word ego is egg. You breaking through the egg for resurrection. That's Easter. Easter is exter, which is exterior. When we leave our true place, man, when we get in the fucking body, bro, God becomes this actor that becomes fully immersed in the role. God ain't acting this role. God is embodying this role. If you go check out my Plato theory of forms. God get fully immersed in the role when he come down into the reflected world, the underworld, becomes the joke. He's the real one up here. So once we realize that we our mind and not our body, our mind start to take fully control over the goddamn body and then move it in a way that it desires and not the way that music, TV influences your avatar, none of that. Most people don't got full control over their body, and the sad part, they don't realize that till they die. Then they, right. You see what I'm saying?
But I don't think it's a parasite. I think that should be pointed out. Like, I don't think we're being controlled by parasites, and I see a lot of people pushing what I would call poisons and using this fear of parasites, and it really bothers me. I haven't seen any evidence that we have been overtaken by parasites.
That's why I don't use the word parasite. I would say, man, that's indoctrination. We've been overtaken by lies and doctrine, and that's got people behavior moving the way they want it. That's social engineers.
The subconscious.
Yeah, you can call them social engineers, parasites, okay. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But because in a way, if you say parasites, then we don't look at the real controllers no more. But I think he's meaning that too. I'm looking at all that shit together. But I want to say.
Oh yeah, if you're talking about the controllers, that's a great word for it. But I also hear people talking about that everyone's infested with like literal parasites, like worms and stuff.
They try to give
like,
us
you have to take poison.
Yeah, they give us that. I can't go with that.
No, me neither. Yeah. They have all these boogeymen fears out there. You know, I don't want to list them off. I'd probably get you struck, but these medical fears.
My bad.
They push poison for. Yeah, go ahead.
I do think it's funny how they use those forms of like the bacteria. Like I remember when I was on my UFO shit, when I was in all of that, I used to see like the ships and shit. Like they have the little ships that shape like submarines, or they look like bacteria. And then they got the ships that shape like viruses for like the moon landing and all of that shit. I think that shit is interesting.
Yeah,
y'all agree that?
Yeah, you got it.
My bad, bro. I know I was gonna ask a question for everybody. Like, do y'all agree that humans are parasites? Because nonetheless, the Earth will be considered an organism. And as we live inside the Earth, we are, contaminating water, polluting the air, creating, storms or whatever it may be. Do you agree that we could be considered parasites on a, micro level?
I'll say that us using the word parasite messes the understanding that we should have from the conversation. It messes that up. Mm-hmm. We ain't using a proper word to say what we really are. Because think about this. If humans are a parasite to the earth, which you can go there, I've been there before. I've said, look, we can be parasitical beings, but nature didn't build us to do that. So I really don't want to make it like naturally we're parasites because we shit, we breathe out carbon and everything how they think and in government. But what I'm saying is we look at ourselves like parasites, part of the programming on how they look at us. Really, when everything you just named that would be considered us being parasites, the earth need that for it to fucking keep going. It need humans to breathe. It need humans to motherfucking piss, shit, and do all that. Now, it don't need us polluting it and, all the stuff, against the environment. But that's why I'm saying we got to get the conversation in a place where we can, see the agenda, because it's like, no, we ain't really parasites in a natural way. It's a symbiotic relationship where we take from the earth and give and vice versa. And because of that, it's like a mutual it's a beautiful marriage when we're really in our natural state. We will only be considered what you call parasites when we try to go against nature, control it, and fucking deforestation and, go against the natural order, then yeah. But I just wanted to clarify that naturally There is no parasite mentality on the earth. In our original heaven, in Eden, in the true base reality, the concept of a parasite ain't even possible there.
Well, now they're saying that the malaria is spreading in the United States. Have you seen that? And they say it's spread by mosquito bites. And the mosquitoes carry parasites from one person to the next. And they're already using it as an excuse in Florida to just spray copious amounts of pesticides from planes. It's just crazy. Like neurotoxins.
Oh, man.
I will say that never made sense to me when they say mosquitoes giving all these diseases and stuff, because if you look at it in a common sense way, mosquitoes suck the blood out of you. So how are they giving you something when they sucking something?
Well, because
Right.
they saying that, just say a mosquito go suck somebody's blood with HIV. They saying that the mosquito still got some of that DNA and blood on its little needle, on its little person. And when it opens you up, now you exposed to all this stuff. So the disease, the virus have to be, you know, one of those viruses that's transmittable on that kind of minute nano scale, because you can get HIV from a mosquito bite, because they'll tell you the mosquito too small, like to give you enough of the HIV virus when it transmits some. You only getting a little of the HIV cells. Like, I'm pretty sure if you ever got bit by mosquitoes in your life, a bunch of them bit some people with HIV, but you didn't get it because it takes so much of the virus in you that your body now can't fight, to where now it becomes part of your shit or something to that nature. I ain't describing it in science ways, but you know what I'm saying. But they saying it's some viruses, right, that it only take that little bit to get in you, right? And I guess malaria is one of them.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'd like to see the evidence.
Me too.
You know, a lot of.
Hey, you want to
Yeah,
see the
look,
evidence?
And there's
'cause-
not much. Go ahead.
Tim, you want to see the evidence?
Let's see it.
Hey, remember in science class, you did the little water test under a basic microscope, and you saw those little squigglies moving around?
Yeah.
That's the evidence right there, bro. That's what they are.
No, let me share something with you.
Those are parasites.
Hold on. Wait.
These are bacteria.
Wait a minute. Don't you know that when you did that experiment, watch this though. When you did that experiment, 80% of all that stuff that you saw wriggling in that water, you need that shit in your body in order for you to live. Facts. That when this water I'm about to drink right now, we can do that same trick and we gonna see a lot of shit living in this water. Guess what, bro? You need all that in your body.
Who told you need all that in your body?
Bro, these are, hold up, it's natural parasites that we need in our stomach gut to help break food down. You really need to do research, brother.
I am doing research, and all the research I've seen was some mad scientist telling you that you need some other animal to help you digest your own food.
Bro, let me explain something to you. Don't you know it ain't just this water I can do that with? Don't you know I can zoom in on your eyebrow right now and see all kind of little shit walking around on your eyelashes, little bitty dust bugs, all kind of shit on the micro. Your motherfucking body is a whole universe for little parasites and organisms and shit, brother. Like, what are we doing?
That's what we became because we follow science. We stopped following healthy practices.
So
that's why
bro, I disagree. Because the earth is a body, the earth is alive, and it got a whole bunch of life forms living on it too, just like my body got. It got a whole bunch of life forms living on its surface and inside of it too, from small ones to big ones, just like my body got big ass bacteria, little bitty ones. If they zoom into your body on the surface and on the inside, it'll be just as many organisms and life in your shit than it is outside in the earth body.
This is why I got smoke with you, Sanchez, because you're saying the earth is alive, but what type of life is the earth running compared to human life.
Listen. When I say the earth is alive, this is what I mean, brother. Is a tree alive? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so if I detach that tree from the earth, the tree will die. So that let me know that the tree is getting its life from the earth, and that you can't have a living. Hold up, why can't I talk uninterrupted? Hold on, let me get it out, brother. You can't have a living tree that's dependent on a dead ass earth for its survival. I don't really get that.
Hey, the tree lives in what? Dirt. And you know what dirt is made of?
Earth.
Dirt is made of feces
Earth,
and dead
water,
animals.
wind, fire. We don't got to get into everything that's in dirt, because in one handful of hold on, brother, hold on. We don't got to start naming the dirt. We don't need a recipe for dirt for you to get the point in what I just said, bro. You trying to muddy the waters. My point was simple. You said the earth ain't alive. I proved it is. Dirt has a bunch of life in it. Just like you can zoom in on this glass of water and see a bunch of organisms, give me a handful of dirt. Let's zoom in on it. You'll see, Jesse. You can't escape life. Like, what are we doing anyway? I'm feeling weird with this debate.
You're feeling weird because you're finally hearing the truth.
Oh,
now,
this brother trolling. He's trolling hard.
Here we go.
He's trolling today. He on his troll shit
today.
You wanted
to smoke. You said you wanted to smoke, but now I bring smoke.
Nah, bro. Lawyer was a good debater, bro. Let me say that before he end up kicking about us some shit, bro. He a good debater, bro.
Hey, listen, me and Lawyer have been debating for years. He know what's up. I ain't gonna put him off because he's better than Madon. That's why I'm letting him go.
Exactly. There you go.
But this parasite narrative has been used for such atrocities. Like, they sprayed so much DDT trying to go after mosquitoes, and it's been going on to this very day. It's crazy. It's just an excuse for poisoning.
They're poisoning the mosquitoes because the mosquitoes is a medium for the parasites. Now,
but it's also poisoning the people.
Do y'all remember
DDT in people's homes?
Wait a minute. Do y'all remember when Bill Gates released 10 million AI mosquitoes in Florida? I did a story on it. GMO.
Hey,
GMO, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Some shit. I forgot what it was. Something like that. Yeah.
But they always tell us with his media, he controls the media, and it's always like the BBC telling us, which makes it suspicious to me. It's not some like leaked scandal. They come right out and tell us. So I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, so check it out. That water that Bro Sanchez said that he has all the bugs in it. Do you feel comfortable drinking them bugs, knowing what they do to the human body?
Listen, brother.
Or would you want to purify that?
Let me explain something to you. Explain something to you. I don't look at the world how you look at the world, man. Germs, parasites, all this little microorganism shit that exists out there, brother, nature made that. And it ain't no way, far as I know, that you can stop it from getting in you. This is just facts. Whatever is outside in your environment is in your body, man. It's in your body, brother. You can't separate it's as within, so without. Whatever we put in the air, put in the water, is gonna go in us, man. So if that's the case, I'm not gonna really worry about me drinking the water. I'm gonna worry about what they putting in it at the source, or I ain't gonna worry about me breathing the air, what's in the air, and let that stress me out. I'm gonna let what stress me out is we need to talk about the chemtrails then. If there is the parasites coming from the chemtrail, because I'm a very concrete man. I want to trim it down. Shit, I just waste water on my goddamn desk. So let me get me a towel. But
okay, so
all these parasites just spilling parasites everywhere. Spilling all these parasites, man. These parasites gonna fuck my desk up. Got me spilling these parasites.
I think the real threat is the poison.
Tell you right.
And they come up with these excuses like parasites to deploy the poison in mass. Like in Florida, they're
Okay.
spraying pesticides all the time. It's ridiculous.
And where did these pesticides come from, Tim? Did they come from outer space or did they come from the earth?
They're chemicals.
I know, where did chemicals come from? Did they come from outer space or did they come from the earth?
See, you just going all over the place.
No, because he's trying to
sometimes they
prove a
use
point. He's trying to say that
bacteria.
that these chemicals are, he's trying to describe the chemicals as if they're foreign from our environment, but they're not. See, the difference.
No, but my problem with the chemicals is that
But that's what you doing, low lawyer. That's what you doing.
Right.
No, I'm
They're
saying
toxic chemicals.
there's no difference.
They kill
between a
bumblebees, for
pesticide.
example. Bees which pollinate, they're killed by this stuff.
I understand that,
And they're
brother.
also, you know,
But at the
massively
same time,
infertile.
At the same time, what they're trying to do is they're trying to alleviate the movement of these animals that are the medium for these parasites. Now, their methods might not be, you know, safe or healthy, but none of the methods that the doctors use are safe and healthy for your body. Okay, so look, check it out. The only thing we should be worried about is not what they're putting out there. We should be worried about what's getting in us. Now, are you out there puffing DMT or DD, whatever that stuff you said earlier?
DDT is a wrestling move, son. Don't say DDT.
Yeah.
Whatever you
gotta
talking
recognize
about.
that's the Jake the Snake.
That's why I said whatever you call it. You call
Hey,
it
bro,
DDT.
Yeah, they have the,
I think we
of
need to
DDT they
be
spray.
focusing. I think we should be focusing on something more like that we can like tangibly like act on or something. Like I'm thinking about like these towers and shit. Like without the parasites, right? Like say the parasites, microorganisms, and all of that is real. The bacteria and all of that. So they say with these new towers and all that they erecting, and these new signals that they stacking on, that that's the shit that's supposed to be manipulating.
It manipulates the parasites.
Right.
I don't get you guys, man. Y'all say that y'all energy and shit, that we pure energy living inside, living a human life.
What this got
but
to do
y'all
with
afraid
this,
of
though?
some damn towers. I'm just saying.
I'm saying that's tangible. I'm saying that shit is really getting people sick. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll be hitting the parasite thing at the same time because like they gonna be dependent on these towers and shit. Like with this the jab and shit. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Let's not go there.
We ain't got to do the jab, man.
We ain't doing that,
We
bro.
ain't got to do it, though. We ain't got to.
Hold on, Rebel. If we're talking about energy, the body, the soul, what you actually are is different from the human body. And I think a lot of times in these conversations, when we talk about parasites and shit attacking the body, it become a defensive thing because it's like, can't nothing attack my PlayStation, can't nothing attack, nigga, you don't own that body. You the nigga that's in the body. You see what I'm saying? That body is from the earth, and the things that's of the earth got dominion over your body too if you don't keep shit in check. Now, whether y'all want to believe it or not is one thing. All I'm saying is if you do a little bit more research into the macro and the micro
it ain't
world, you would
even
know
belief.
that. You say what? Go ahead.
Nah, I said, man, it ain't even a matter of belief, man. It's a spiritual war going on. How they
I'm not separating it from the spirit. What I'm saying is that each level of the game play out. So as it play out on the spiritual level, it's gonna play out on the physical level. It's gonna play out on the mental level. You see what I'm
agreeing
saying?
with you. I'm talking about them.
When you saying the spiritual level, I'm saying how they play out on the physical realm.
Right. I was agreeing. I was agreeing with you. I was talking about when you was telling them they ain't gotta believe you. I was saying, oh man, it ain't a matter of belief. They can't help but to fuck with this.
You right. There you go.
My question is, what makes you think that the people listening to this show have a parasite problem? Like what percentage of people do you think have a parasite
Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on, Tim. Before you laugh at that, and it seemed funny. 1/3 of the toxoplasmic gondii, according to science, because a lot of Tim, when you give us
that
things,
poses a threat to us?
Hold on. Let me finish before you even get into the threat.
No, I'm familiar with the parasite. It's a single cell parasite.
It's a single cell parasite that has complex abilities to manipulate the complexities of the human mind, because it's able to in nature. They've researched this. They've visualized this parasite in action. It causes the host to act erratically, to sexualize themselves, to become more promiscuous, more aggressive, in order to activate itself
now
into
look,
more hosts.
This is the part where this is the part right here where I say, look, a person can say, well, that's a physical, biological virus or parasite inside of you that made you just twerk in the White House, right? She just twerked in the White House, right? That erratic behavior, we can identify the bug in her under a microscope and say, you see, that's called a twerk virus. You see that little organism there is twerking. Once you get them in you, it'll make you twerk too. Now, I'm just joking, but I'm just saying, the reason I brought that up like that is because I'm trying to say that the micro world, the parasite world and all that, I don't disconnect that from a person's behavior, but I don't think that I don't think that there's one particular parasite or virus that can get in you and just make your ass be ratchet and shit like that.
I don't think so. It don't work like that. And I think when we saying it like that, it's, again, separate your spirit from your body. Look at your body as the vessel that we all supposed to be high enough to understand at this point, right? Okay, so
what we don't get though is how
let me cook real quick. Now, if your body is a vessel like your PlayStation is a vessel, a virus in your PlayStation to have you pressing the X button but not getting a response, and then the circle button respond instead. This is how these glitches in the body work. It ain't necessarily like control, like you zombified and it's pressing buttons on your brain, but it's influence. It's like, man, I'm more inclined to go this way than that way. The influence is greater this way.
Brother, here's the problem.
Right, that's all
of us with you on that, because we deep as fuck. What we saying is we're not all identifying it as a cell or organism that you can see under a microscope. Me personally, I think that's a whole paradigm in a neural network that we grew up under, and that we got to recreate and reset and rebirth ourselves once we mature and realize we've been duped, because a lot of people know that we came up indoctrinated, programmed to be something we ain't, but they don't really do nothing about it. They still just kind of manifest this ratchet ass version of themselves.
That's true.
So
but
my
we
thing,
understand the world work in Trinity, right?
So
when it comes
let
to
me
physical, mental, and spiritual.
Let me land right here, brother. Bobby, hold on, brother. So what I'm saying here, this ain't no debate, by the way. I thought you had smoke, but check this out, man. Only because we saying the same shit, and I really want to debate somebody. But the thing that I wanted to clarify with you, everybody up here got you, Bobby. We got you. We're just saying the word parasite, that you got to focus on that. That's what Tim said. That's what I said. We was like, well, I don't know if we really want to call it a parasite, but I see why you call it a parasite. I call it a mental programming and all that. See, it ain't like it's not a parasite. It's just that if I tell a brother, look, all of the fucked up behavior we under is because of a parasite, then I can't blame them motherfuckers. I can't blame the government, the people in power. See, that gives them an out. It's no different than me telling a person it's a demon or Satan. No, I'm going to tell them, look, hit the social engineers, the rap game, goddamn it, I'm going to identify specifically what's creating a corrupted mindset in the collective.
I get that.
That's all. We'll agree with you though.
And
that
we
it's
agree 100%. And what I'm saying is that if the 1% is, we dealing with a force of evil, that if we say we're on the side of good and we using the tools of disposal that we got for good, right? And I'm saying this other side that's evil and using their tools of dispersal for evil. if somebody come up here and give chemical warfare, if I say, hey, this how they using parasites now, if somebody say, hey, this how they using books and propaganda now, I'm giving pieces of the puzzle and the tools of how they use.
That's why I kept telling we get you. We
Right.
with brother.
That's
I
why
don't
when
get
the,
hold on.
so when a motherfucker say parasite, I wanted to get back to what Tim was saying.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
brother. Slow down. You're doing a lot now. It's my show, and we got to get the other people too. We ain't finna. I don't really know what is going.
Right,
And
you're
I
right.
keep telling you that we're on the same page. Now, if Tim want to debate you, we can do that. But I'm kind of ready to move this shit.
Nah, he
turning
wasn't
into.
debating.
I know you
He
want to
was
move on. I
asking
just
a
want to say
question.
that I don't agree because he brought up this one parasite that I don't think poses any kind of a threat to us. And 30% of the population or something he said. I'm not sure if I concede to that, but I've seen those types of studies that say that. And I don't think that really amounts to what you're saying. And it concerns me to see people hyping the fear factor when it comes to parasites because it's so easily exploited later by people pushing poison.
Parasites are
Yeah,
neither
it's
good
not.
or
It's
bad.
not a fear. It's not a fear thing. And the point that I used with that parasite was to, as an example, to show that things are in nature, things are out there that do cause reactions and stimuli within your human flesh. The same way if
Yeah,
you
they
get a
call
motherfucking
social
virus on
engineers.
your right, okay. If
Do you have any
you
actual
say,
examples, or are you just estimating?
You say, do I have an actual example of what?
Like the name of the parasite and the prevalence.
Whether if we talking about Toxoplasma gondii or we talking
No, that
about
one's that's not a
regular
threat.
tapeworms.
Take
I'm talking about something that would pose a threat and be pathogenic, cause disease and sickness.
They all cause disease and sick. Tim, what, like, now we getting into like what causes. If a virus is on your computer and is not being taken care of, eventually your computer is going to become over flooded with disease and sickness, correct? So
Well,
it's
in
like
that
we
case,
getting into
maybe.
it. If you
Depends.
understand it from a computer level, that's why I say each level of this shit play out.
Well, I'm
So
just
when
asking for what your
hold
evidence
on,
is, not just
Tim, stop. All right.
induction.
Each level of it play out. Rather than so it's like whenever somebody introduce something new into a paradigm, it's always a lot of pushback before it's let me go check into that and see what that is. You see what I'm saying? Whether you believe me
what
or
are you
not,
pushing?
again,
It almost seems like you're pushing
anything.
that people take a poison to kill these parasites.
What
Right?
poison?
That's the only.
What
next
poison
step.
am I saying they take?
Well, that seems to be the solution. If you
What's
think the way that you do.
solution from who?
And the question
Tim.
would be,
He's saying,
Tim,
he's
hold
saying,
on, Tim,
wait,
listen
hold on,
to me.
wait.
Hold on,
What he's
wait.
saying is, if there's a parasite that you presenting, can you? That's the problem. Can you get him the solution? What can we do to kill
Yes,
that
motherfucking
parasite?
wormwood, clove,
See, there you go.
all the natural herbs that grow in the fucking garden. Yes.
well, see, there's my problem because I just like, how much have you looked into these and done the toxicity
Bro, I'm a
analysis?
12-year,
and
bro.
drug
Listen, Tim,
interactions.
I'm a 12-year vegan, man, and I've been doing parasite work for damn near the last 5-6 years, bro. I'm finna get my certificate.
I gotta ask you this, Bobby.
So when it go ahead,
Why do
man.
we bring up parasites though, in relation to? Because we're talking about the collective behavior pattern of the world, and I'm gonna be honest with you, man. To me, there's a group of people responsible for that. You know what I'm saying? Even if you grew up in the Bible Belt, I can't say.
agreeing with you there.
Yeah, but if you agree with me with that, let me ask you this then. Those group of people that's at the forefront responsible for programming our behavior, shouldn't they be at the forefront of every conversation when we start talking about the collective behavior? Shouldn't that be the main thing? We should be naming groups like the Tavistock Institute. We should be Boule, right? What you think?
I get
I'm asking that. What you think about it?
I agree with you, Sanchez, but here go like the fallacy with that assumption. When I present something like parasites, you feel like I'm making the parasite to blame and not the people that's putting the parasite out there.
That
I don't
ain't
know
really
how
what I'm doing.
No, in that question, it kind of seemed like that's what you're
What
doing
I'm
when
doing,
you're saying
what I'm saying is,
we should be saying who.
I'm basically
I'm
saying
telling you that-
who's gonna
hold on.
get the spotlight, because we've talked about parasites for the past hour. If we was talking about the Rothschilds or the Rockefeller for the past hour, I think me personally, I think it would have been more beneficial, because we didn't really
Now,
have
to
a
Tim's
scientific conversation about the parasite.
Now to Tim's point,
Well, the
reason
Rockefeller
why
set up
hold
the
on,
United
wait a minute.
Nations and the World
The
Health
reason why I'm
Organization, and they
prefacing
fought
all this
parasites
around
with poisons
parasites,
for years.
right, and poisons, what Tim keep trying to say, the reason why I'm prefacing it all around that is because their way of killing a parasite is the shit that we all can't talk about up here, what Rebel just tried to bring up, which is why I keep saying parasites, and they putting parasites in people under an AKA act of another way. No, I'm not with no pumping no poison, Tim, and I can't even believe that a motherfucker would even assume that about me, especially somebody
Well,
who I can't even put
I'm
a
sorry for
visual
assuming that.
to.
I'm glad you're not, except for you're pushing supplements and
No,
you know,
what
herbs can be
supplement
very-
did I push, nigga? You could grow clove
Wormwood.
and all this shit in the motherfucking garden outside, like I'm doing. What's the supplement?
It's an herb. Most people would
It's
buy
an
it as
herb that grow in the garden, right? So what's the supplement?
Well, you know, it's not a natural part of our diet, so you're adding something with, you know, after
Tim,
effect.
is a natural, what you eat every day, Tim? Is beef a natural part of your diet? Do you run down on fucking cows and start chomping into them, or do you get it prepackaged?
I don't want to go too much into what I eat.
Exactly.
Hey,
exactly.
hey, I'm glad you said
Leave
that,
me
Bobby.
the fuck
So,
alone with these conversations.
Hey, Bobby, let me
Tim.
ask you a
Stick
question.
to the computers and shit, because
Bobby.
now it is gonna become smoke. Because I hate when people challenge me on shit that I could tell they ain't got no research.
There's no
in.
threat.
Hey, Bobby,
You're
let me
solving
ask
something
you
that
a
doesn't
question.
It
exist.
ain't no
with something
threat.
people
No,
don't need.
your threat
Where's your
is
evidence?
computers.
Are you
Stick
gonna bring
to
up
what you
studies?
know. No, wait a minute. You know computers. I don't challenge you on that. If you come up with a threat that's digital, then I'm gonna agree with you. I know
You're
about
making
the
up a
body
threat.
and health. Use a nigga that eat prepackaged beef trying to tell me about it's no threat when you ain't even looked up what the fuck I'm talking about
Hey,
to
damn,
begin
when
with.
did
So I'm
Tim
gonna let
get his
somebody
nigga
else get
card?
it before it
Hey, let
get
me
too
ask you a
agitated
question,
on
Bobby.
Monday Madness.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Bobby. So I get my steak prepackaged, right? Is you saying that I got a parasite in me, and that's the reason why I'm eating the meat? Is
Man,
because
I
of
ain't
the
saying
parasite?
shit. Your hoes
he's
got
This shit's
parasites.
funny,
I'm not
man.
saying
Without any
shit
evidence.
else. Fuck it. Hey, new topic. Talk about
Hey,
something else, because I ain't got no evidence. You
Dr.
right.
Bobby.
Watch this, right? I think everybody is bringing some good shit to the bill. I just think we spending too much time, though, on the topic at hand, because I don't think it's a conclusion for me personally, man. Eat right.
It is a
Eat right.
conclusion.
Eat
I
right.
can just tell nobody else looked into this. It
Hold
is
on,
a
brother.
conclusion.
Hold on. I'm talking about it's not a conclusion to the conversation, brother. Listen, I ain't saying it ain't no solution to you living right, defeating, getting your health right, all that. Listen to me, brother. I'm just saying we're going in circles on the bill right now, man. And the people in the chat even saying, yeah, we ready to move on. So let's go to somebody else, man.
Yeah, because the real stuff ain't gonna get talked about.
If you don't talk about it, the mic's in your hand. Go ahead. You can do it right now, Lawyer. Do it. See there? That's crazy. Real shit ain't gonna get talked about. And you ain't gonna come up with saying that. I'm giving you the flow. Let's go, K-Dub. Go ahead.
I know y'all got on. I'm at the plantation, y'all. Salute. So I'll chime in when y'all get that rumble. I do agree with Bobby and what he's saying. As a person who's in the medical field, this is a subject
Me
that
too.
doctors don't. They are not educated. They don't educate doctors specifically on parasites for a reason, because this is one of the main issues in the medical world. And it's so simple, it can be fixed, but they're not going to fix it. Why fix the problem?
And see, that's the shit that I agree with Tim on. Because check it out. Whenever we bring up parasites, it's like vague. It's like, are we talking about literal microorganisms or something else?
Yes.
Because check this out. I wasn't clear on. I'm confused. He brought up the name of a.
I was talking
hold
about
on,
literal
hold.
microorganisms.
Brother, we know I'm trying to cook, brother. Slow down, man. My thing was, we all was agreeing with you, Bob. Ain't nobody gonna disagree with the fact that parasites in the body is bad or the shit K-Dub said, but that wasn't what the bill was about. And I feel like my show, y'all wasting my time, because we were talking about cymatics, we were talking about some spiritual shit, and then we ended up going in circles about parasites and got nowhere just for K-Dub to say some simple stuff we all know. Eat right. They don't teach us about parasites enough. And that we know that Dr. Sebi was telling us that, right? So, but that wasn't nothing none of us disagree on that. Not even the meat eaters.
Well, I was
But that
coming with the
wasn't what the
smoke
show.
part. That's all.
But hold up, the smoke
But the
never
thing is,
came. The
parasites do
smoke
connect
never.
to cymetics.
I understand that, but he didn't make the connection. I was hoping somebody would, but now I'm gonna have to go back into cymatics and make the
Sam,
connection.
we was talking
Hold on,
about
slow
cymatics.
slow down. I ain't
Yeah.
gonna. Hey, look, bro, I'm not finna talk over y'all. First of all, the show's been hijacked by. I don't even want to hear the word parasite again on the show. Fuck that. We supposed to moved on 30 minutes ago. Y'all got me ignoring my chat room. Them the people that support my shit. They said, man, we don't want to hear about this parasite shit. Can we move on? Cause drop a 1 in the chat room if you want us to keep arguing about parasites. Drop a 2 if y'all ready for us to get on with Monday Madness and get into the fucking poll topics, the sacred geometry and all this shit. Like, it ain't like I'm saying don't talk about it, but shit, that can't be my whole Monday Madness, y'all. Who gives a fuck? Okay, eat right. Right, it's parasites that in your body, they shouldn't be there. Alkaline City, if he was here, I'm pretty sure he would love this topic too. Right, get healthy, folks. Eat good. All the shit Bobby and K-Dub saying is 100. I'm dropping a bomb. But at the end of the day, the people don't want to talk about that no more, and I gotta respect that. Look at all the numbers out there, the twos. That's it. Nobody up here even debating you. All that's real shit, man. But we gotta move on. New topic, please. Got to.
I just want to get to the point that my point wasn't about health. I don't discuss that when I come on these panels. It's not about, okay, yeah, we can move on, but I just hate to feel like don't point me out like that, because
No,
it's not
I just
even like
dropped bombs.
this.
Let me
Yeah,
explain something to you real quick,
I
sister.
understand.
Everything you just said, we dropped bombs for it. We said you're right. We're just begging you guys to let us move on. Look at what the chat
Okay, and I'm saying to you, you don't have to beg because I'm not here to
I
egg you on.
obviously do, because look at we still ain't moved on. No,
y'all have a good day.
We still haven't
Bro,
moved
have you responded
on.
to? Have you seen that new video from
It's
Jake
getting
the
exhausting. No, I haven't saw none from Jake the A-hole. I don't really. But
it's pretty interesting. You might want to do a response video. He was calling out all the AE mappers, the people who use the AE map.
I'm not gonna respond to him.
Okay.
Because that's exactly what he want. And you know what? I might just do for the sake of fun. But my thing is, I'm not just bound to no AE map. All of these maps got their purposes. Jake's thing was the AE map. You can't do the sun. What was his? The sunset.
And sunrises.
Right.
Yeah.
And my thing
brings up some good points.
And my thing is, check this out though, Tim. You can't do sunsets and sunrises with a weather map. You know why you can't do that with an AE map? Because that map is designed for one thing: azimuth equidistance. Like if I give you a fucking population map, and this map is designed to map out the how many people live in this area, that area, and you say, well, I can't use this to navigate my airplane. Well, no, you need another map for that. That's gonna let you see weather, temperatures in the sky, and all that. I'm not finna argue with somebody who in their own ego, you can't tell them nothing. It's different maps that we use for different shit. The map that I would use to get from here to Alabama is, I wouldn't use an AE map to do that. Just like I wouldn't use whatever map he's using that the sun work on to fucking, like, everything ain't for everything, and I ain't finna, you know, why would I go into that? That's just like the flat earth ring map. That's showing you different earths coming out from the center like a ripple effect. Somebody say, well, the sun don't work on that, or you can't motherfucking drive from California to New York with that. That ain't the purpose of the flat earth ring map. It's to demonstrate how there may be other rings beyond ours, and just to give you it's different maps for different things, like a guy with his tool belts knows different tools for different things. Why would I be fucking with somebody like that, bro? Who is simple shit.
Well,
like
he just
that,
brings up
bro.
some interesting data points. I'm not trying to make it dramatic or anything, but he brings up, like, in certain parts of the southern hemisphere, so to speak, the sun rises in like the southeast and sets in the southwest. Just some really interesting behavior of the sun, which can be observed at these locations, I hear. So it's just interesting for us trying to figure out what's going on to hear, what he's
has nothing to do with an AE map, though. It got something to do with him making the sun work on his model. Think about this, right? If a person with the AE map can't make the sun work on a model, but Jake can, why would he make a bunch of videos saying they can't instead of showing he can? You gonna answer that?
I don't think he has a model. He's kind of at a loss for it. Yeah.
Right. So why, like, come on, bro. You criticizing folks and you got nothing.
I'm not saying anything like that. I just thought it would be interesting to see you do a response. But
oh yeah, it will be interesting. And Jake, the asshole, couldn't get along with people in the flat earth community. He kind of in his own island. The man said he was through with flat earth and was never gonna mention anybody again. But look what he doing. Everybody else moved on, ain't giving no fucks about what Jake doing. You had to bring him up to me. You know what I'm saying? Folks will ask me and beg me to respond to him, but nobody even asked him to make a video about me. And my response video will have more views than his shit. Like, come on, bro. Folks want my response. They asking for my response. They didn't even, like, come on, this man. The thing is this, Tim. If you think it's interesting to see me respond to his shit, you need to check out all my old videos. Me and him was going back and forth about the AE map for a couple of weeks. So I said, fuck it, he just want the clout. Because until he come out with a model, right, and show how the sun can work, he's just trying to get clout from the fucking flat earthers that got the numbers, man. That's obvious. So now let's move on from that.
Sanchez.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, man. I got one. I got a question. Have you seen the? So I seen something on July 8th of this year. 99% of the world experience sunlight. I want to hear your thoughts on that. I mean, I know we ain't on no globe spinning through experience sunlight on July 8th. I think I sent you a video. I can send it again.
Yeah, we briefly talked about that too when we had we was having a bunch of globe earth debates a while back, not too long ago, and another flat earther got on and said exactly what you said, and we was just trying to. It ain't the flat earthers you need to present that to, brother. We present that to the globalists. So I'ma feel exactly how you feel. That hey, simple. It debunks the globe. It proved the earth is flat. Simple. Now the globalists really, if we can get a globalist on this bitch to answer that question, that's when we gonna have a show. That's when we gonna have a show. And I'm gonna drop the link right now for any globalists that want to come tackle that one. Cause my answer is simple. Do. It proves that cause the earth is flat, and that's why. Cause the earth flat. That's my damn answer.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. For sure. Okay, my man.
Yeah, 90% of everybody can see the can be in sunlight only on a flat earth. Can you imagine that on a globe? Now they got some explaining to do to make this work on a globe, and that's when we just shut up and give a simple answer and say, "Cause the earth flat." Now, how I work on your model? And you know what? Matter of fact, I need to write this one down. I got a debate coming up. I need to throw this one in there. We got distance to the sun, and I can probably fuse this into that one somehow. Make him try to answer that one.
The only actual evidence they show of the world being lit up on that day on a globe, they have to use the flat projection map and show like a curved line. So it's still they can never show it on an actual ball like the globe that's sitting on the teacher desk. You know what I mean? They can't take that thing and light it up 99%. Nobody can. There's no single source of light that can illuminate a sphere like that.
Yep.
Where Rob Knox is at? Because he came over and tried to debunk me with that. Bring that baseball out, Rob Knox, and light that motherfucker up again.
Who all we got on? Let me see some. King Jonathan Am 27, Larry Payola 7030 Rebel, Kind Shun. It's all imagination. JT. Welcome y'all brothers to the build too, man. Y'all in the cut, but if y'all wanna hop up for sure. Oh, Joshua Tellerton, what's good, my brother? Yeah, I'm just saying we got a full house, and yeah, we can pass some ideas and concepts and shit.
I don't want to talk about it or go back, but I just want to say that while y'all was arguing, I was trying to get in real fast that maybe y'all was dancing all around it and some other dude was trying to get to it, but y'all like couldn't hear him. But maybe the thing was to pass along the consciousness in that tube or whatever. Like maybe they figured out a way to take the consciousness from one body to the next. But I don't want to talk about it. I agree with Sanchez 1000. We should move on. But I was trying to get that in. I think somebody else might have tried to say that too, that they could go from, they could shift their consciousness. I'm gonna meet up.
Shifting consciousness is a reality, man. And all that mean is astral traveling. That's it, man. Shifting your consciousness from one reality to the next, shit like that, man. Hey, man, who else on the who we got? Anybody come up for smoke or anybody just come up to bill? Y'all got it, man. Get them likes up for me in the chat for sure. I think I'm gonna end up doing a whole little presentation right now. And then hopefully y'all will stay muted like this for you, boy. This is a perfect time for me to go into my long-winded shit. So people, if you're listening right now, right? Plato, in this theory of forms with Plato philosophy that I'm breaking down, I'm going into cymatics and all that shit. People, I'm going to tell you something right now. Plato was very powerful when it comes to breaking down the layers of reality. That's what he calling the forms. And the name Plato sounds like the shit you build with, you know, like the little Play-Doh we use and shit. Plato ain't a real person, I don't think. I think he's literally a pseudonym to hide some damn ancient knowledge under. And the pseudonym being Plato from a person that's dealing with us, that's telling us how reality is molded. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. But Plato was all about the simulation, all about the fact that we are not our bodies, we are the observer or the thinker. So I want y'all to check out my theory of forms, man. Get in the video description. I'm also having a debate on July 29th, guys, against Craig. Make sure you come check your boy out for that. I'm finna share some of my work for y'all. Share some of my work with y'all real quick. This is what Plato was talking about right here. This is Plato's model. Plato is saying that this top ball that you see right here, that is the mind. That's the true self. That's the world of being, the eternal ultimate reality outside the cave. Now, you see that this little ball right here is outside of the triangle, right? But all these other balls, they're inside the cave. So let me show you what this means right here.
Hey, Sanchez, I just want to say thanks for letting me up, bro.
Okay, my brother.
Some space for you and stuff.
All right, my brother. Always a pleasure, man. Salutes to you.
Salutes too.
So the one that's outside the cave is the crown chakra. You see it? So the crown chakra is where we say we want to have an out-of-body experience. That crown chakra is a whole. Plato said that these forms are not of the mind. And what he was meaning by that in my research is that the forms are all minds of their own. Like, if you think about it, I'm going to give you an example. All this knowledge I got, Bro Sanchez with the sacred geometry, flat earth, all that shit. Sometime when I'm dreaming, I'm in a whole nother form. I'm in a whole nother layer of myself where I don't know none of this knowledge. I swear, I'm a whole nother Bro Sanchez in these dream worlds, and that nigga don't know shit about no syncretism. Then I wake up and I be like, yo, I was dreaming, and all of my knowledge be back in my head, in this body. So that version of me in that universe, it's running its own mind. You got all of these layers to the self. These are different journeys of your layers of your own consciousness in other points in time and alternate realities, man. So you can go into layers of your, when we dream and see, the ultimate reality is to combine all of these different selves to where that problem I just presented don't present itself no more. Because all this knowledge you gain, you'll lose it in one night in a dream if your mind venture into a more ignorant version of yourself. Like I just said, I've done it plenty of times. I woke up like, damn, I'm glad I'm me and not that dream version of me. You know, and that right there is why we do that, to reconfirm that, yeah, we on the right path with where we want to go. So we're going back to alternate versions of ourselves that still exist within us. The goal is this, to combine all these layers of the self into one grand version at the top. And here's what we got, Jet Leader 1. This is what I'm using with Plato's theory of the forms, syncretism. See, we have the world of being, that's Jet Leader 1, the one at the top. There's only one of those, the one. The rest exists as many. I'm giving y'all my whole research, man, theory of forms. Go and check it out, man. It's going real deep. We're going to show you why Plato is saying that every incarnation is a this version of you that you are right now, it's a collection of every past version or incarnation of you. And when this version of you die, it'll be added to the new version of you. And this is like a big consolidation journey up this stairway to where all these versions gonna be combined eventually to this one grand version at the top, that all of the versions of yourself gonna be reunited. So all of these dots represent when our consciousness fell as one unified single ball of energy, and it shattered into many layers of the self. The deeper it fall, and the more you fall, the more layers it creates. This can keep going, and then that's how many reincarnations it take to get you back to the top. Just think about that. You can be in the underworld so long because multiplicity increases the lower down we go, and the higher up we go. Ain't no amounts, ain't no time, ain't no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 numbers. It's just one thing, and that one thing is called infinity. It embodies everything, all numbers and all that. So infinity is one thing, but it's higher than all the numbers, which are many things. And that's like saying that the God El sits above the Elohim, the singular above the plural concept, because the singular concept is when we consolidate all of these different layers with alignment into one version. And that right there is when we become this whole grand God, like what Jet Li showing us here in the movie. If you watch that movie, he did exactly what I said, consolidated all the layers of the self. But I just wanted to give y'all a sneak peek into this, some of the stuff that we're gonna be going over in the theory of forms. We're gonna be talking about a perfect circle and all that platonic stuff for y'all nerds. So go and get Theory of Forms Part 1. Visit the video description area. I want to thank you in advance.
Hey, bro. What's up, brother? That's all I'm awakening minds.
Awakening Minds. Salutes my brother. How you doing?
Much respect to you, man. Everybody on the panel and in the chat. I'm definitely gonna watch your Theory of Forms, bro. I like that, you know, and I think you spot on, especially with the Plato, you know, and the rippling. But also the shapes or forms, phases. So phases are shapes. You know, like even the picture you were just looking at with his depiction of the forms, looking like the Aten, you know, Atenism. I just want to show you, yeah, that one right there. If you go back to that one right there, I just want to show you something. I don't know if you're familiar with 369 like that.
Tesla
You know,
numbers,
you be
they
talking
call 'em.
about it all day long. You be talking about it anyways. But if you look at his form, you know, that's 369 right there in the middle. You see where you have the top, the light? It branches off into duality too. That gives you the triangle up top. Then it goes to 6, then it goes to 9. That's the mind over matter too, you know, 369. Basically, we are more than our body. You know what I'm saying? We can see from the mind. Kind of like what you was bringing up the other day too, though, you know, with Zeus, while Athena is bursting out his head and shit, antenna, you know, it's like it's a different level of birth. See what I'm saying too, my nigga? I do want to build with you with this though, that Plato, because I got some shit to show you too. But that's 369 right there in the middle, the mathematical code of mind, or the core, or Maru, really.
So, and I'm just saying, like, if you take this one collage, see, people, I make this stuff look easy. Salutes to Awakening Minds, like when I show these collages, but it's not. I'm gonna just show you, like, in my presentation, Theory of Forms, I go into the 2 pillars of Freemasonry. The split, this right here is the 2 pills, red pill. Let me actually pull something else up real quick, just to show y'all this real quick. I got so many collages in this for this new presentation. It's ridiculous, man. And they all gonna go into this concept here. See, hold on, let's get into this one. What I'm gonna say here before I go into that one, your left and right brain are Joachim and Boaz. In the middle of that is the Christ, or the mind. The mind is literally seated in the middle of the left and right brain, and it split it in between them both. And what happens is this right here. Let me show you something. We form as a blend of our worst version and greatest version together. So if you think about what this solar tetrahedron is, it's your highest version. It's like this greater version of yourself that you know you can be. And then this earth tetrahedron is this worser version of yourself. And in your next incarnation, whichever one you submit to, see, the earth is a big temple, a sanctuary. And we serving these gods in this earth temple. And the gods that we serving is either the good in us or the bad in us, man. And the bad in us will take us down. We're feeding the clone body, the clown body. This is God faking like he's a trap nigga or a dope boy or I gotta eat nigga. But really, all of that is bound to the earth tetrahedron, which is why niggas say they gotta eat, right? They gotta fuck. Some dealing with the lower chakras. But when we rise above all that, because niggas is really actions being led by their flesh. That even the Bible say live not of the flesh and shit like that. Because the Bible was inspired by Plato, and I'm going into that, y'all. Plato is one of the biggest forefathers of Christianity, and he's unspoken about because he represents the real true Christianity, which is the law. You got to treat people right, man. You got to work on getting to your good form. That's why they don't talk about Plato and Christianity. But I'm going to talk about him on my documentary. Check this out, y'all. The earth is where Armageddon is playing out, the war between good and evil. And that ain't got nothing to do with a bunch of monsters outside. That got something to do with a bunch of monsters inside of you. You can feed your evil version or your good version. This is a war that is taking place in us and where what kind of being we're trying to be. You making that decision right now. You see what Morpheus is showing you? You can feed the angel on the shoulder or you can feed the devil on the shoulder, and that's, you get to decide your fate in this realm. They ain't telling us that, man. They telling you that you can be twerking in the church, you can be doing everything the world doing and ask for forgiveness, and they got the whole world going to hell feeding they goddamn body and being up like the prosperity preaching, bro. They leading all these folks into recycling. Because Plato was saying that the truth way of liberation is understanding that these forms are basically different versions of ourselves. Let me show you how this works, right? Let me go to this other one right here. Check this out. Each one of them sperm cells that you see is a version of you, man. And when your daddy gave birth to you in this world, because your daddy exists in all the other alternate universes, because you know, right, when you dream, your mama and dad are there too. If I ask you, man, where your mom and dad at in a dream, you gonna still go to your mom and daddy. In these alternate realities, our parents still there. What I'm telling you is each one of these sperm cells represent when your mama met your daddy in a different alternate reality. And each one of them landed in a different version of you, in a different hospital, in a different universe, which is why I got the Big Bang down here. Each one of these little galaxies is a whole nother world where you at. Another you was born. All of those sperm cells were born, man, in that discharge. And each one of them gotta die and go back home to this higher version right here, what Plato's saying too. Look at here. This is Jet Leader 1. Every version of you that was discharged from the father got to come back home. Don't that sound like the prodigal son? Come on, man. This is the Christ mass. What if I told you when we die and get to the North Pole, it's gonna be a whole bunch of your clones there? Weird as fuck, like the movie Us, huh? And that the goal is for all y'all to unite and for you to become your own hive mind. This is what, goddammit, Krishna showing us here. Look, when they call it this abomination, is really what our ultimate goal is to control all of these heads that we got. So when we talk about these gods like Brahma and with all these heads and stuff, yeah, they showing you that they are basically like Jet Leader 1. They've unified that many layers of the self. So there may be beings with 2 heads, 3 heads. It's basically no different than you looking at a person that's like this. It's a bunch of versions of them, right? Layered over each other, becoming one. So when one of them talk, all of them talk. When one of them wave a hand, all of them wave the hand. And it's a slight latency effect. It's one being, but it's many beings. I can't explain it, but it's like if you met a creature like some sort of advanced AI being with a bunch of different versions of itself layered over itself, using them all simultaneously to get the benefit from them all. And it'll be weird sounding, like when it talk, it'll be like a multitude. Don't they say that about God in the Bible? When he spoke, it was like a multitude spoke. These are the gods they was worshiping. God is really when we align all these layers into one, and you become the Christ mass. You become your own mass of energy that's unified into one being. And for some reason, they call that the abomination. I don't think it's an abomination, though. Me personally, that's the shit Jet Li was on. But they turned it into, Leviathan.
So that's like merging self, the 101. That's 5, which is also 369. But that shit is fired. This is all following a mathematical code too, though. But it's crazy that you sync them all up like that, on your own journey. But that's definitely 101. Merging left and right, level, literally. L versus L, that's level. Or you versus you, or merge yourself. That's Merkaba, so you spot on, my nigga, as always.
Yeah, kind of remind me of the Russian nesting dolls too, like them Russian dolls, it's the same one, but they take a different form depending on the size and dimension.
Salutes to you, Dulcinea. Salutes to you. I'm on my Hebrew shit with this too now, Sister Dulcinea. And I'm on my I can sync this with everybody's shit. But check this out, y'all. You know how in the movie, think that Bruce Lee movie, he's in this mirror house. And you could see all of these duplicate copies of him and the nigga he fighting. And he got smart. He started breaking the mirrors. And that nigga got scared, like, oh shit, I ain't gonna be able to hide and fuck him up no more. Well, that was one of my favorite Bruce Lee movies. I can't think of the name of that bitch, boy. It's a classic. But I'm gonna tell you right now, that's a deep scene right there. Cause that enemy, let me show you what the mirror represent. Because like Candyman, the soul stuck in the mirror, that's why I got this up right here. That's your lower self. Your lower self is a caricature of your higher self, like a character. Like your body is literally a exaggerated form of who you really are, like a cartoon character. When they say we live in an animal kingdom, we live in an animated kingdom, which is a reflected kingdom of imperfect clowns or clones. You think that's who you are, but nigga, that's your clown. Like I'm wearing my costume, but I'm conscious knowing that this ain't me. This who I'm choosing to be in this realm to fulfill my role. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is this. All of this right here is the version of you that is reflected on those waters. It's gonna have exaggerations and distortions in it. You see, like we got here. That's like you putting the clown paint on. So this version of you will never be your greatest version up here, which is what Plato was saying, your good form. And I can go back to his chart right here. He's saying we gotta basically the stairway to heaven, rise up through the many layers of the self. And what we're doing, we're uniting these. What's happening is this, right? Let me zoom in and show you something. Basically, duality and multiplicity is created from singularity. When they talk about Humpty Dumpty, sat on top of the wall and fell down and shattered, that's the same story of Osiris' body getting chopped up. And it's the same story of this unified consciousness falling down and breaking the egg, and that's resurrection. Easter is exterior. Now we're leaving Eden right here, leaving the inside, going to the outside of the reality where we at now in the simulation. So Easter exterior, that's where life and death take place, which is what Easter is about, resurrection, life and death. So they got us worshiping something that the Hindus said we need to break the cycles of life and death, not fucking be saying, hey, we get to keep living and dying. But the thing is this, here go, each of these dots down here is a universe. It's an alternate universe. And if your soul is down here, it got to be born out of every last one of these universes because it's freeing itself. Think about this. When the single consciousness of God shattered into many, the goal now is to bring them all back together again. Like the body of Osiris got to be put back together again. So the thing is when they break the vase in the matrix and they put it together, the same symbolism, the genie lamp. All right, but check this out. It shatters and you get all of these false ego forms. And in order for you to release your energy out of all of these little bubbles, You got to go in them worlds and live out a lifetime. And at the end of it, that energy go up to this little ball up here. When you live out your lifetimes down here in these three, all that energy go right here. Then you got to do it down here. That energy go up there. Then when you live and die and all them, it go up there. Then when you free your energy from all these lower worlds, then now you got to do it right here. You got to have incarnations through all these, and it'll go right here. Now all of your energy it'll have a summary, and that's what they call in Samaria. You're Sumerian. Sumerians are spiritual beings like the Hyperboreans, and this is the ziggurat too from the Sumerians right there to back me up. They were identifying themselves with a heavenly kingdom, not an earthly one. It's a place where our lives are summed up, right? I'm a Sumerian being, I'm a summarized being, I'm a consolidated being, I'm a unified being, which is what Jet Li's showing us in the one. And Neo, the one, right? So you sum it all up, and that's a compressed file. And what does that look like? It looked like a little bitty ball, but that little bitty ball got terabytes of information. Did I say terabyte? I meant something way beyond that. So what I'm saying is technology gets smaller and it's able to hold more. When we got the big floppy disks and big VCR tapes, that shit don't even hold that much. Then we get the little bitty little chips, and them can hold a whole universe on the motherfucker. It's called compression. It's called compression. So that's what's happening with this whole journey back to the self. We're compressing all of the different layers into one, consolidating them, and that is us putting the pieces of Osiris' body back together. In fact, we're talking about Osiris' body coming back together. I'm gonna show y'all this, and then I'm gonna stop because I'm giving your ass a lot. Now look at here. That's the artwork associated with Osiris' body being brought back together, folks. You see what they got with his puppet pieces being sewn together is making the unicursal hexagram of the lemur. That hex is the body. Yeah, that's the Metatron cube. When they talk about putting the pieces of Osiris' body back together, this is Metatron. And this is the name of an angel, a fallen angel, y'all. And I'm gonna do a whole fucking I'm gonna do a whole goddamn presentation on this on my channel. The Metatron angel, because we think like this was a angel called Metatron. Here we go right here. And when I go into this, it's gonna, like I said, go into the Kabbalah. It's gonna go into the Tanakh and all this stuff. And I'm gonna be breaking it down with Enoch, look, being born again. Because if you look at this artwork of Enoch with the sky portal open, that's what I'm saying about Christ and Jesus right here. Look at Aten. You see Aten right there with the sky portal open? Everybody was into resurrection and entering the sky vault. So yeah, I'm gonna be going deep, man, because our ancestors left this goddamn world and they showed us how to get up out this bitch, but we listening to NASA believing in rockets. See, the flat earth debate is a spiritual debate. It's a debate on how we leave the earth ultimately, not just the shape of it. And when we talk about leaving the earth, we go into spiritual talk because that is ascension, meditation, out of body. But the people who we're battling against are the archons. They don't want to limit you to just your body. And if they do that, then you think you got to leave the earth in a rocket instead of in the mind. So I yield right there.
You know, bro, when you pulled a Metatron a while ago, I don't know, if you know about the Platonic solids, the 5 Platonic solids from Plato, polygons. And when you combine them all, you get the Metatron one, You can pull that picture up.
Because guess what? Because that's the whole, all the Captain Planet's Planeteers shooting a ring up into one being to make Captain Planet. That's what Plato model in the bottom left corner represent the Metatron. I'm with you on it. Meta is what backwards? Atom. And who is Atum or Aten? This God that I keep showing you down here, who represent the same concepts. But yeah, we're gonna pull up the Platonic solids. But yeah, that's we all building together, syncing it together. Salutes to you, brother. Let's pull that up now. I'm twisting
yeah,
up
my
this
brother,
weed.
you killing it. I can't wait to watch this shit though, bro. Did you choose that title by yourself? The name of it, the Science
Yeah,
Behind Forms.
yeah, yep.
That was fire, bro. All that shit tying. I can't wait to watch it though. Probably watch that shit tonight though.
I chose, see, when I was making this documentary, I didn't have a title. It was when I realized what I do, I'll bullet point my presentation into parts to where, and when I see the table of contents of everything I'm talking about in my presentation after the fact, I consolidate all that information to a title. So then that's how this came up. So theory of forms, Plato's simulation and its influence on early Christianity. When you watch this documentary, you'll see why it's named that, because that, you know what I'm saying? His theory of forms, basically what I'm doing in this documentary, using syncretism, sacred geometry, to show you Plato laid the foundation for early Christianity. And during that time, they were literally teaching a deeper knowledge than what is watered down as today. And it's very deep, because basically what Plato was saying was the perfect universe is not in this realm. Basically, you can't have perfection in this earth realm because it's a clone, and the copy can't be the master. So it's like, let me see if I can pull this up for you. That's why I said you can never be perfect. Perfection is a realm that already exists. Let me show you something. That's what we're calling Eden, and that's the realm of the idea. And what I'm teaching in this thing, I use this example during the documentary. I say that the only place something can be perfect is in the mind. Once it leaves the mind, it enters the realm of imperfection, or the realm of clone. Let me show you what I got here. Hold on, this ain't what I'm looking for though. Here we go, imperfect clone. So check this out. So you trying to perfect stuff in this world down here, and we'll never perfect anything. Equipment and technology in this world will continue to reset and destroy and rebuild itself over and over, and it'll get greater and greater, but it'll never get perfect, because perfect is a whole nother dimension we got to cross over into. That's why perfection will never happen in this world, because you're in a quantum computer. You see this? And that's the world of perpetual change. They're going to always figure out how to build a better and better quantum computer. But the perfect computer is basically the one that don't exist, my nigga. It's the one when you free your own mind up out that bitch. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can never get this right down here in the fake simulation. You can't make it true, no matter how they do. And they've been just destroying and rebuilding it over and over again. It's perpetual change, because they're seeking for perfection, but perfection is something you got to rise up to, up out of yourself, up out of this world of ego down here in technology. So that's what I'm saying is, like, if you look at the world as reflected on a water, that's like saying that if I draw a triangle on the board, right, the triangle will never be perfect. The only perfect triangle exists in a realm beyond manifestation. Because once you manifest the triangle, it ain't perfect no more, because it's inside of the simulation. But in our thoughts, shit can be perfect. Like, if you buy a chair in this world, the chair gonna get rusty. It's gonna get squeaky like the one I'm in now. It's gonna eventually, you're gonna need a new chair in this world. But that same chair in my mind never get old, because it ain't the screws that's keeping it together, it's my mind. So what Plato was saying, in the thought realm, it's the only realm of perfection, but once things are manifested in the seen world, They're now bound to time, imperfection, and everything that a copy would have limitations, right? Any copied file gonna have limitations. It ain't gonna have the same quality as the original file, which is why all the record labels, they want what? Your masters. And now I'm gonna do a whole nother presentation talking about how they want our masters on a spiritual level. Because what I'm telling you is you got higher versions of yourself. And they own our masters. If they got you playing around in your lower versions, you ain't inheriting your higher self. They literally own. Our masters are the 7 oracles or the 7 higher layers of the self. And then you got 7 beneath that, which is lower. This is the war going on. But owning the masters is deeper than music, man. It's soul selling. Because what happens is, people sell their soul, they really selling their highest versions. They're saying, look, I forfeit the right to be a good individual, and I sell my soul for money, and I'm killing all my angels, and I'll be a demon for you in this world forever. I'm gonna be with the murder, kill, feeding the body. Even though I know inside of me, that ain't me. It's a greater version and an angel in me. For this money, though, I'ma sell my masters, and I ain't even talking about the music. I'm talking about selling this angelic forms of yourself, the higher forms of yourself. So the shit's deep. The result of that come to music, because you a slave now, but the real thing is the soul selling. You selling your masters, literally, your higher self, your forms. You won't let the masters in you manifest because they got you under contract for you to be ignorant, promoting the demons in you for your whole life. So that's the whole thing about selling your masters, man. I might have to do a whole stream on how to deep shit on that.
Hey, bro, if you stop right there by the chakras real quick, when you're talking about macra, that gives you the first outer ring. Then from the third eye to your solar plexus, that's the second ring. Then from the throat to your, what is that, the yellow one called? I forgot. But you circle all of those, you literally get Plato's Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? By conquering our master himself. 1 to 7 gives you 8. 2 to 6 give you 8, 3 to 5 give you 8, then the 4 and the 4 in the middle give you the heart. It's even the flat earth ring map as well. You know what I'm saying, my nigga?
Let me go ahead and pull that up for you. I'm already there. There you go.
Yes, sir.
Not only Plato, the Mesopotamian cosmos, all that. Oh yeah, for sure.
I call it 3 circles within circles. You know what I'm saying? Or even the Plato's depiction there, the tent, like we were talking about Atenism, or the circuit. This is also, a fucking generator too, my nigga. This is a circuit, or in fact, if you look at a circus, they have this on the top of the circus of the ring, the circus on the roof. This is how it looks, if you look at if you ever been to a circus and you see the tent.
Yeah, that's when they started laughing at me.
Hell yeah, the Joker.
Okay. No, I'm talking about when I was on Sarnetta and I put up the circus tent, everybody started laughing and shit.
That's crazy.
They was like, cause I put up the AE map and I was trying to show them how the ley lines work with the circus lid and show them this whole firmament thing. And buddy, that's when I embarrassed myself according to them. But you know what that let me know? Man, like Plato said that in order for you to grasp this knowledge, there have to be the good in you must basically outweigh the bad. Now, if you faking like you grasping this knowledge and you just a copycat ass nigga acting like you coming up with the shit, but you learning it, that ain't gonna help you at all neither. This got to be an awakening you legitimately having within itself. My awakening can't get another person out. Meaning I can teach this shit all day, but if you don't understand it in your way, you don't really get it. That's why I can teach this shit in my way. Plato can teach it in his way. Socrates can teach it in his way, which I'm gonna go into his way, and everybody really can just create their own little form and uniqueness. If this knowledge don't bring out your individuality and your own uniqueness, you're gonna reincarnate till you find it, and you're gonna quit faking like you goddamn really got it.
True
Real
that.
talk.
Facts, bro. And it's so crazy because if you look at Plato's depiction that you have right here on the screen, at the bottom, the 9, you literally got to split it in 3. You got to get rid of left and right thinking and get to understanding. That's how you move up the next level. Once you level up, it's the same thing. You got to split the 3. Once you go back up, it's the same thing. You know, it's ether, mind over matter. You know, but if you look at that depiction more, it shows you the rays or the shine. You know, I can't believe you sync that with atomism, bro. That was fire, nigga.
Yeah, the word, and when I go into the etymology, right, of form, matter, Plato word for that is eidos, and eidos is the word ideas. Plato's saying it's the idea form of everything that's holding the physical form into creation, into manifestation. Without the idea, the physical thing won't exist. But when you really think of how deep that is, we're saying we're projecting our reality from the inside out, guys. But I know that sounds simple, but you really let that sink in. Like your body is an idea of the soul. So what Plato is saying here with the idols, like when you look up the word idols, you will see in etymology that it means shine. Why would the word idols mean shine? Because we talking holography coming from the mind, which is what Plato calling the form of good up there. We talking holography or holographic reality. The word idols means shine. That'll go into the word idol. That'll go into the word idol not only being a pagan, which is the false version of yourself. Your body is a false idol version of the true God above. All of us are false idols. That means you're an ego version of yourself. You're in the body, right? So the idols, you exist as an idea right now. So
you know, when you say my bad, I was just gonna say idea is saying I God, which is the false self too, though. Idea
Or your
and the
ID, your
physicality.
identity too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, identity.
Yeah, idea and all of that.
All that. Yeah,
It's all
all on
about
point.
in y'all self. Oh yeah, bro. Self is what gives you left and right. You know, this is all Hermetic. It's all Pythagoras. You can say you brought up Socrates because this is the father work of all philosophy too, bro. You know, even the shit they teach, science, all of it, but they desecrating it. You know.
You
But
know what,
Plato,
man?
Socrates, Aristotle, they all go ahead, though, my nigga.
You always hear about these big names, but the more that you're awakening, the more you evolve mentally with your knowledge, then you go back and read them same scriptures. Go back and revisit Plato's shit now. You're gonna have a whole nother revelation. Cause I've been dabbling in a lot of this shit in the past, but I never got all this out of that. I've saw this chart right here before with what Plato got, and I didn't never think to sync it to none of this other stuff. See, it's when you have that revelation like, yo, Plato saying what everybody else saying, and then now I add his model to my collection of other people's shit. You know what I'm saying? And then now it's my job to see how Plato was saying, what everybody else was saying, but in his own way. And then that's when you start making your own hair on your skin stand up. Cause then now you listen to Plato with a new ear like, yo, Plato was basically a bro Sanchez of his motherfucking time. I can't make this shit up. Like, this nigga was literally everything we on. And it's like, man, it's crazy because You'll be surprised how they always bring up Plato, Socrates, but they never bring up none of their deepest and most foundational work. Tell me I'm lying. They always
Hell
bring
nah,
up
you ain't lying.
they bring up some other little simple shit. Plato's, some other shit,
Well, one that's often brought up about Plato is Republic. And I don't know, a lot of his ideas are pretty tyrannical. And he promotes the idea of a noble lie or noble lies, which is basically just this mass, fake spectacle for mass consumption. You should look that up. You've probably already come across it. Basically, he just makes the case for like
I'm
basically
familiar.
psyops.
I'm familiar. What Plato is saying that just like you can trick a person into being a demon, you can trick them into being an angel.
You can pull up Plato's cave now, bro. But that was fire. Yeah, same thing. Illusion. Illusion. But the reason why I even said anything to you, though, my nigga, about your title, that shit was spot on, my nigga. The theory, or theory is literally the ori of forms, the light of forms, So, and then you have it fading into the holographic structure. That who are you, bro, Sanchez?
Yeah, man.
Right,
when I have my mind have a way of consolidating information, from making thumbnails to making collages. So when I thought about the title and the artwork for this, my mind just automatically, this just popped there without even think about it. Look, I need the holographic concept with the early church and all this, and that. So boom, there we go. And look, man, Plato is so fucking deep that, bro, when I look at my old video that I did on Atlantis, it make me want to delete that shit now. But I gotta leave it up to show my growth, man, to show that I don't know everything and I'm evolving as I go.
When you say Plato, it literally says to lap self. Plato, to lap self. It's literally you're teaching yourself, you know what I'm saying? Or trying to pull from the center in. But if you look at the word Plato, it's an anagram as well of to lap self. Why you get circles within circles, circuits.
So salutes to man, to everybody on the call. And then I'm gonna let you guys go ahead and share the mic with me, man. What I was gonna say about the star in the jar, though, is that's basically this whole star in a jar concept. Do you guys know what we're looking at here? To the people in the chat room, let me share what's going on. Once you create a strong enough vacuum, the physical world around us will implode in upon itself. And basically, this is what stars are in the sky. And we can recreate a star inside of a vacuum tube. And we know that they said space is a vacuum, right? But they ain't teaching you the whole truth on that now. See, because the stars are within the firmament, and the firmament is like a vacuum tube, because the higher up we rise, it start get these vacuum effects with pressure, whatever. And then that you'll reach the level where all the stars are coming into existence in them realms. Makes perfect sense. Now with the star and the jar, with how you can compress reality in on itself to a point where there's nowhere for the air around you to go. When you keep pushing it in, it implodes, and where it goes is beyond our physical dimension, and it pierces a hole in reality, a little hole, and the light from the other side, we can see it now. That's the same light that people see with death. Because what happens is the energy that you release upon death, it blows open your portal to release your soul. That's what we release. The energy to get in this world was equivalent to a big bang. And the energy to get out, we'll release that to blow open our own portal, which is what the halo over the head is, which is why the sky opened up for Christ. Because basically your mind is a star in a jar, and the jar is the brain and the skull. And what's happening is all of the energy is being compressed to the center of that bulb, and it's creating a star in the middle. Now, guess how you can look at that? All of the neural networking and the brain mapping and all that, the neural lines, all of those are leading into the middle of your head to connect to something that's called the mind. But when they get there, they ain't connecting to nothing physical. They're going into a stargate connecting with the mind on another dimension, because the mind don't exist on a physical dimension. So what is the mind? The mind is taking all of the veins and physical wiring of the body, and then what happens when it goes up to the mind, up in the brain, they splice those with the higher self. And this how the lower self and higher self is connected, the body with the spirit. And where the connection take place is this stargate inside of the head, because those wires got to leave the earth to go connect with the higher self on the other side. And that's why that's this stargate in our head, just like what we see in this jar, with the same thing going on. We're piercing through the layer. The mind is literally what it says. It's a mind, like a cave that leads into many layers of the self, like an elevator. And that's why if you look where the mind at, it's aligned with this spinal cord. What I'm saying is like an elevator system up here. And you beam up through the layers of the self. When they say the kundalini rising up the spinal cord, that's Jack's beanstalk. Your consciousness is in the, let's just say, okay, this red body is the earthly body. And then when your consciousness rise up out this little earthly body, ain't nowhere for it to go but into this other body right here that's around it. You see, once the line split through each one of them, once it pierced through each layer, it got to fill up that layer. And when it fills up that layer like water, the only way out is to expand out, like me putting water in a balloon, and they say, well, you got to let the water out. Well, keep putting more water in it till it blow up. That's the only way you can go out, is to go forward. We can't pour it out. We got to keep expanding our consciousness, filling it up with more water, more truth, to guess what? Like Samson, boom, this body can't even hold a form in this realm no more. It got to shift its consciousness to a container and spill over into your next version, or the crossover, Passover.
Zaria, take Deli upstairs.
So that's what's happening right here. The light is rising up, the kundalini, and it's filling each of these containers. And then when it fill one, it fills it up so much, and it's gonna pierce through, blow through each of the layers that way with saturation. Like I said, that's why they call it Saturn, saturation. And the same story of Samson pushing back the two pillars is no different than saying it's a zipper in the middle of your body, and the real you is up under that, and you're gonna unzip yourself out of this body, and it's another you under that. That's what Samson doing. He be opening up some curtains. He's pulling back a veil, ripping through his reality, seeing the other side. That's what Samson is doing.
Yeah, that's the Russian doll again.
Law. Yeah.
Hey, y'all remember Eureka's Castle, Nickelodeon?
Nah, I don't remember that one, bro.
Here go the artwork from it.
Roll back.
Eureka's Castle, yeah. It was a puppet show. And the thing about it is, if you look at the artwork for it, you get the Masonic two pillars, but they also give you the little crank device, letting you know, guess what? We're all puppets, and it's a puppet show. Now, guess what's crazy about the puppet show? Eureka is the word oracle. Let me break the etymology down. You got 7 orishas, and these are the oracles of Shu, or Rishu. And the word Shu can be ka too, like ku, Shu, see, But so when you say orisha, you said oracle, it's the same thing. You got 7 oracles, right, of higher knowledge, and 7 demons of lower ignorance. And that's the war. So the thing, the oracle is another way to say oracle is Eureka, or eureka. And an oracle moment or eureka moment is a magical epiphany when a solution to a problem seems to appear out of nowhere. Now, let me break that down to you. My problem that I had all my life was I did not understand reality. I was always inquisitive. I wanted to know about the stars. I wanted to know why was I born, what is death, what happened when you die, where was I before I was born? I asked these questions growing up, and I never knew when I was gonna get the answers. And one day, it just dawned on me, and it's been an awakening that I can't stop now. It was like a eureka moment. That eureka moment was flat earth. And when I started seeing the different models that represent flat earth, my third eye opened up and I started syncing that with everything I saw, just like you see with this. I had a eureka moment. That means a higher version of myself that already cracked the code, which is a guide, an oracle, is now aligning itself with this version, and my hive mind is starting to be formed. Meaning, like we see with Vishnu, all the different versions of yourself coming together. So there's a higher version of me that is like this divine, it's coming into my physical space because I'm allowing it to. I'm allowing my higher version to coach and teach my lower version, which is why I'm very tricky about learning from people, even though I teach. But I'm gonna question your ass if you trying to teach me, and make sure you know what you know, because my teacher is within. I have a light within that really don't lead me astray. So if I'm being corrected or something like that, I'm gonna really challenge that, because I really want to know that my soul on point with what I'm decoding. And that's why I come with the visuals, and that's why if a person trying to correct me, I'm gonna say, look, where your collage at? Where your you just talking? So my thing is this right here. Look at what I just gave you: oracle, orisha, auras, eureka moment, eureka's castle, all that I just gave you.
And someone would try to debate it. Hey, bro, I didn't know that though. A eureka moment, that a magical epiphany when the solution to a problem seems to appear out of nowhere. As you know, what I be saying, I say me oracle, like miracle. You know, a eureka moment. And it's so crazy that you said eureka is oracle, because I literally say miracle, you know, or me oracle, you know. A eureka moment, that was tough. And if you go back to the picture, the orishas, they're literally standing on Plato's, you know, circles within circles. You just had the orishas up on the side. Like, you look at it, the bottom circle, a circle, 3 circles, and a heart, or fine, a heartbeat.
Yeah, the 7 orishas, man. And that's why they got them like that, because in the middle you got the Most High. And that's when they all come together to make the one, like I was saying on the Jet Li picture, when he get up there, the consolidated form of the self. Yeah, when he get, let me see if I can find that again real quick. That's what's this God name? Obatala. He represent the Most High, right? And then if you look at a Jewish menorah, right, on a lot of them Jewish menorahs, they'll have it just like that too, where instead of all being on the same height level, they'll have a Most High Obatala like we see right here. You know, so we on point with it.
They call this the Yoruba, you know, Yoruba, which is literally saying your aura, you know.
Yep. Your orb.
You spot on, my nigga.
Your orb, yeah. You got it.
You control them theories of forms, you know, the ori of forms. I like that title, bro.
Plato is way deeper than I thought. I really got a newfound respect for him when I started doing this research. And that's another thing about your boy. Once I do the research, I'm gonna fucking get everything, you know, and like Nas said, let's get it all in perspective, goddammit. But yeah, this star in a jar shit, that's what's happening, man, in our brain, this is what our mind is. So think about this, right? What if when we look up at the sky, we're looking at the like, because in our brain is a gateway that lead out of our brain to a higher self. And I'm saying above your head is a star somewhere that's following your ass around. You know what I'm saying? Now, people may say, Brother Sanchez, if that's true, we'll just see stars moving everywhere humans moving. Nope, the humans in this realm, our stars are on higher shelves up. Maybe we can't see them. But there's been a lot of cultures that say all of us on earth is a star that represent you in the heaven. And I really believe that. I believe that the stargate out of our mind connects to a star up there, which is your higher self, where you fell from as a fallen angel. And like it's string theory. All these physical worlds are strung together by these little stargate portals where we beaming our consciousness through this little crack to get in and out these bodies and realities. You do this when you dream too. So I'm saying that star in the jar, man, that's what this is. And to me, that's fucking crazy. Think about what I'm saying. I'm saying you can pierce through the layer of reality in front of you right now. Meaning somewhere up under the ground or hidden off somewhere, these archons probably got real fucking portals that they can walk in and out of this earth from they goddamn underground land. You better know they know how to pierce through the veil if we do. So you can take this concept right here of a star in a jar, and you can make a big ass jar and make a big ass star, and then you can say who wanna walk through it first, who wanna go through it first, who wanna see the other side first. And let me share something with you. Somebody already did this before. Here it is, a Stargate. There's already theories about us already piercing through the veil on a big scale like this. And now we can walk through it now. So if you ever make a portal that big, what'll happen is we'll physically be able to leave the earth and come in and out of different dimensions, which is kind of crazy because I said that's some shit you can't do. You gotta go out the body. But this'll be some real life, the movie Us type shit. And if we go to that other side, if we able to take our body, right, to the other side of the veil, you know what that'll be like, right? That'll be like the version of you that's sleeping in the bed, meeting up with the version of you that's dreaming while you sleeping. It'll be a paradox. Like, how would that be? That's what I want to know from y'all. Like, the movie Us kind of gives us a glimpse into that, but it don't really go scientific. It just kind of go a scary movie, but let's go scientific with it. Is that possible, and how would that be? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Hey, well, don't you think that since our bodies are left behind, that we wouldn't go with the body? It would be our astral body, our soul or something, you know?
Yeah, and so what that'll mean is, what I was thinking with that theory, Joshua, was that if we walk through the Stargate, then our physical body will just drop down. We'll be out of body, but it won't physically go over into the other side.
Man, that's crazy you said that, man. There's this show called Westworld.
Yeah, Westworld. Yeah.
Man, and that's exactly what happens, man. There's is this world where it's full of AIs that the rich go to and dwell in, and they can like live out adventures and stuff. And this AI found a way to make basically made a heaven for the other AIs through a Stargate. And when they would walk through the Stargate, their bodies will fall, but their consciousness will keep walking through the gate. It was crazy.
Hey, that reminds me of so if they walk through and your physical body is stare still in the wall, that just remind me of that musical album, bro. What was the name of that group? People in the Wall? Because if your physical
Floyd.
body only, and then it's called Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know the prism cover that we bring up. That's right,
And
guys.
Prison.
Prison.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you can take your physical body, that's what I think, personally. But as far as the conscious, I believe you can apply that to shit they put in consciousness in computers nowadays, it's a frequency.
Hey, but do you think that the frequency, like you say, is like a TV where it needs another TV to produce it? Do we need another body to produce the consciousness?
I think the body is just I think a computer, they call it like a ping device. If the consciousness is the little ball that we play ping with, it's one ball but two pings, and that's like the Joker face. And I'm saying that the angel and the devil having a conversation that's the ping game. But the thing is this right here. Yes, you will always have a form as long as you in the underworld. When we rise up out of the underworld, we rise above the forms, and we reach what Plato called the form of good. And that really that's when you go in Eden, ain't no bodies. It's just souls, pure energy, and they ain't covered in a body, they're naked. Like I said, the word Eden backwards is nude, Eden or whatever. Odin is also Eden, Odin. All of these gods personifying this concept. But the thing, Aten, right? Aten, Eden, same concept. The great fall. But the thing is, they give you Humpty Dumpty, right? The great fall, the broken egg, Easter, all this shit, the Pokemon ball opening up, releasing the light. That's what we're looking at right here. This is the Pokemon ball. And when you're a monster that was released, you're a genie that was released out of a lamp. And here it is, how it happens right here, boom. From the highest form, and boom. Now, in outside of the in this world up here, this is where our perfect good form is. Plato is equating wisdom and knowledge to goodness, and ignorance to, what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So to manifest into the world down here is to be born into ignorance. That's basically imitation knowledge. That's knowledge that is imitating heaven, the true heaven, right? Which would be this quantum computer that I'm telling you about, or the upside down. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you took a selfie of yourself, you're not the selfie. You're the person who took the picture. That's what we call in photosynthesis. We're not the copy. That's why I put that one up there, even this one here too. See, because the true self is inside of a pod at the North Pole. That part of you is a perfect copy, like that chair. Think about this, right? Let me share some with you. In the music game, you don't play your master copy. Only a fool will do that. If you come to the label exec cookout and he's saying, yo, we bumping our new shit and this the master copy, everybody gonna say, hold up, stop the music, nigga. You playing your masters? What the fuck wrong with you, son? You supposed to lock your master up in a vault, and nigga, you play the other copies. Everybody know that. You don't play your, so basically that's what nature doing. Nature got your master copy put away inside of a pod right here. And she only playing your copies, just like with CDs. So the only thing that can play in the simulation is the copy of the self, but the master will never go down there. The master will make a copy of itself and go play in the dirt, because we ain't gonna mess our masters up. So the master is gonna stay perfect Like the idea of a chair in my mind will always be perfect. But if I put it in the world, like I say, it ain't gonna be perfect no more. The master never entered this reality. That's your higher self that'll never ever go nowhere. It's your perfect copy that serves as a template or a seed to produce all the other copies, just like a record disc. So when you look at this thing, you're looking at the master copy at the top. And then from the master copy, we copy that one. We copy everybody a copy and distribute them throughout the world. That's what happened with you. See, your master copy was copied. And remember, them first 1,000 copies worth some money. Them first, I say 10,000 copies, you really don't want to play them either. Like the first, if you was one of them customers that bought copy number 100, copy number 1,000, you still got some value on that because it's close to the master. But the further away you get from the master, them shits get cheap as hell. You can play them in your radio. You can get scratches on them. You can break them. And that's how this system is set up. Like these copies right here is still worth some money because they like the first 10,000 copies. They ain't the master. Is only one master, right? But it's many realms of valuable other copies, like from 100 to 10,000. Then it start losing value, right? But it's only one copy at the top, which is gonna be your most. That one will never manifest into the web, which is why it's above all that. That's the master copy. It will never be distributed in the store. It's gonna stay at the label and never move from that vault. And we just gonna make your ass a copy, but you ain't getting my master. And that's basically how the universe is doing for us. So that ought to make you happy, man. That ought to make you happy that every incarnation is you looking at your master copy becoming more and more like it. It serves as a perfect idea can only exist in the mind outside of this imperfect world. But that perfect idea serves as sort of a guideline or something to work toward for your imperfect version to keep recreating itself as a greater blissful being experience, higher realities, heavenly realities. We may not never make it to our perfect self, but we will experience so many heavens, dog, once we reach these higher forms. But what I think we will ultimately make it to this higher self outside the simulation. And what that'll be like is you being able to be a multi-dimensional being like Jet Li in The One. You can go in it, you can revisit any one of your lives and live it out like a movie. You can say, you know what, I feel like watching some scary shit today. I'm finna go down here and reincarnate in the underworld in one of my little devil bodies and smack some niggas and do some time, run from some police, right? And it's like when we watch movies, we wanna be scared, right? You wanna be chased and all that. So this what the soul is basically running its own theater within the self. And it's immersing itself into the film as the main character of it all. And in order for it to experience in totality, it really got to fool itself like it ain't God, like it didn't write the script, like it didn't put the movie in the damn VCR player. So that's pretty much in a bunch of little quick spiel. You looking at a master copy distributing all the other copies into the world and shit. And the more it distribute, the cheaper those bottom copies get, right? So you don't want to sell the master copy because why? That's like me selling my seed instead of selling you an apple. I'd rather sell you an apple from my tree than sell you all my seeds because now I can't grow no more trees. And if I give you my master copy, I can't copy no more shits off it. Don't nobody want no copy of a copy. Everybody want their copy from that master. And, other than that, then you burning CDs from each other, which is piracy. See what I'm saying? And what I'm telling you is the people in power, they're practicing piracy on a spiritual level. They don't own our masters. They don't have the copyrights to be copying us, but that's what they doing with this technology. They trying to copy your soul and make holographic clones out of us by 2050. And it's a galactic federation. They are breaking a law of the universe, just like in a music game. It's a piracy law being broken. They don't own the rights to the copyright to be able to copy your consciousness, and they're breaking a law, guys, a universal law from the Galactic Federation. They don't have the rights to copy our likeness and consciousness.
I agree with you there. You think that's a part of the terms and agreement, like with things that you sign? How far do you think the rabbit hole go on that? Like, as much you give away? You
cooking, because it's a series on Netflix where the lady, she signed up for all this internet shit like what we doing. And she didn't read the fine print, and they started copying her life. They own the cop. What was that? Is it Joan is Awful?
Yeah, that's that Black Mirror episode.
Yes, Joan is Awful.
Yeah.
That's where you going with it for sure. I'm with 100%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because what you're saying is 100% on, and I'm looking at how would they get past karma or some type of recompense if it's something that you actually signed up for without doing your proper due diligence, or you know what I'm saying, capitulated in. I can kind of see, you know what I mean, how they get away with that.
It's deep that you're saying that, because the Bible say that Satan gonna deceive or trick the world, meaning people ain't gonna go to hell knowing that they thinking they going to hell. It's gonna be some kind of trick. And that's what I'm thinking about. Like, what if we've been tricked? What if we already signed permission over, and there's another worse version of yourself that they cloning with all this deep fake and AI tech right in a computer, and when you die, they got the technology to hold you up and make you incarnate in that version of another clown version again before you can get to your true versions. This is who holding us up. I'm just speaking theoretical, by the way. All of these are possibilities, man.
Yo, Sanchez, you know how like when you get signed by a label and they say like your shit is like owned for like millions of years, I feel like that's what they mean.
Perpetuity, that's the term that they use. Perpetuity throughout the universe. So these type of terms, that's why I said with these YouTube agreements and things that we be signing on to, I'm finna have to go back and do some research myself, because once I start seeing certain words like perpetuity, and you know what I'm saying, your likeness and any image that you create can be used for that let me know that we going into some dangerous waters.
Because check it out, Bobby. Let's say 500 years from now, when all of us dead, people talking about us like we talking about Plato, Socrates. Because think about it. A lot of the people that we talking about today, a lot of them folks was infamous in their time, even if you want to bring up Jesus. He was known, but not, it was like flat earth known. He was the pseudo of his time, basically. So a lot of these guys that we eventually idolize later is because a future generation finally rise up to that knowledge, and then they started bringing up these people. But during them people time, they was ridiculed. It's crazy because they do the same thing with the Mayan, with the Olmecs. Once we start diving into time travel and shit, we start seeing a lot of propaganda about maybe we were wrong about the Mayan. What if the Mayans were right about this after all? You see, once we could, it's like when we dumb, we think we know everything. And when you finally grow up, it's like your parents say, I can't tell you nothing now, but you gonna see. They know they can't just say this and make you see it. They know one day you gonna have a revelation in your life and you're gonna be like, damn, man, my mama was right. When you get children, and you thought your mama was bitching and you couldn't see it from her way. But when you get children and your mama gone, that's when it really gonna hurt you, like, damn, my mama was right and she was a good one. When you see what I'm saying, but that got to happen in your own experience. And that's what humanity don't realize when we be talking shit about the ancestors and shit. thinking they dumb, just like they laughing about them saying the earth is flat. Now look at what science saying. They saying that the earth is an oblate spheroid, and the more that it spins, the more it's gonna flatten out. So eventually, even if you saying you live on a globe, it's gonna be a flat earth in a minute, like spinning a pizza dough. This is crazy. They buying themselves time to be able to say, okay, eventually we just gonna say the motherfucker flat. And in that generation, we'll say, well, they were still wrong because it was a ball, but it spent and spent and spent, and it's flat today. And then these people in power are gonna start using flat earth arguments, and they're gonna be flat earthers, but they still gonna be having their agenda, and that's gonna be scary, boy. Because now you can't say they lying about the shape of the earth. And you'll go outside, and all the arguments flat earthers are making to show you that these people are evil, they'll be making them. So now you can't prove that they're a liar now and that. It'll be like, it's crazy because that's just me thinking ahead. I think in a future generation, they gonna finally admit the shit. Cause the technology gonna be so fucking advanced, you will be dumb as hell to think you live on a globe. And by then they'll say, well, it was a globe, it just flattened now. It flattened over time like we told y'all. It's basically them having a lie already in a future for when people start knowing that the earth is flat to say, but it was a globe though, we didn't lie. Yeah, it's flat now. Now it's flat. Now you can make those arguments. You know what I'm saying? I'm still screen sharing this shit. Make sure y'all go check your boy out, Theory of Forms, man. Plato's simulation and his influence on early Christianity. Golden Wings Media, bitch. We got the best content concerning philosophy, spirituality, ancestral matters. Rock with your boy. If you want to join the call, go ahead and join that thing. I did a poll today, and I didn't even talk about it. I guess I'll run it by y'all before I end it. Are blacks emulated by every other race for good reasons? First answer, are we emulated by every other race? Then answer, is it for good reasons or bad reasons, though? I wanted to continue that smoke with the people and get my coon on, and niggas hate when I do it. They hate when I do these, man. Click the link if y'all interested in that. I see 73% said no. Kind Sean smoking on that. It was good.
Yo, what's up, dog? Yo, man. Yeah, it is good, and it's some people benefiting from the goodness of it. If you look at it from one perspective, everybody else want to be God too. Everybody else knows that we gods except for us. That's all I was trying to say, really. That's my smoke on it. Can we hate them for wanting to be us? That's flattery, right? I mean, damn. What y'all think? I'm gonna call back. Salute to everybody.
Nah, I don't think anybody emulator. Not at all. Maybe you can say proportionately, maybe, but that's a far push. They push us down, low key. That what you would consider us. We're still at the lowest of the food chain, not knowing where we come from or how to get back. That's why individually we're here trying to wake each other up. They can't emulate us if enough of us aren't even fucking awoke, or what you would call awoke, you get what I'm saying? How do we pull the masses that much if we don't know who we are? So they can't be emulating us.
Somebody, I'm glad, and the reason I'm bringing this up because I'm trying to trigger different responses. And one thing, one of my family members said, when they hear these conversations is, hey man, you better be proud of being black. Like, these conversations suggest that we're not proud of being black. I'm not proud of being black. Black ain't nothing to be proud of. Let me share something with you. If you're born a certain color, you can't change that. So that's like a green lizard saying, I'm proud of being green. He can't do nothing. That's just fucking what. Be proud of your accomplishments. Once they get you into black pride and white pride, then your people will be fucking passing away at large numbers, losing in society, because you don't take pride in winning, you take pride in blackness, even if black losing. So I don't give a fuck. I'm talking about we got misplaced pride. There's no such thing as black pride. Do my skin look like it's the color of this microphone? Black means dead at law. When somebody say, why you ashamed of being black? Because black is ignorance. Why you ashamed of having a nationality and a flag and an identity like regular motherfucking people? That's the smoke I want today. You shouldn't have no pride in being black. Now, if a person got Mexican pride, Japanese pride, boy, that's a nation. That's a family and a group of people. Yeah, they can be proud of their family and their people, their land, their flag. You don't have that. So you being proud of lacking an identity, so you just ID'd by your fucking skin color and not all of us black. It's a fucked up ID system to group your people by a skin tone versus a flag, a creed, and a land.
Now that you mentioned that, I'm gonna have to look into that. Ain't it a process to becoming an actual nation, though, bro?
But we don't want to go to the. We don't want to go through the process, Diggy. We just want to say, if you black, you our team. That's it. We the skins, they the shirts.
Tight shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you. Cause like you say, it watered down. You feel me? Excuse me. Blackity black. Since blackity been black type shit. That's all you hear. But what's the real deepness to that? Like you say, it don't get no deeper than just that. That's a color and it's a misnomer.
Nation of Islam, prime example. You can say, well, that's a black movement. Nope. It's an Islamic movement. If you fucking with the Quran and you following that Islamic law, bro, it don't matter about the skin color. It's white people and all kind of people in the Nation of Islam. They're identifying their nation by a group of values, a religious system, land, economics, politics, the whole nine. They even dress a certain way that you can notice our group with the bow ties and shit. But when you just say, we the blacks, that's a big clusterfuck over there. Those are the unorganized, unidentified groups over there that everybody can exploit. And they proud of being that way too.
Yeah, they sure live. They be on their goddamn corner back home. I don't see them up here in North Florida too tough, but they be every damn well with that red tie and that hot ass goddamn suit. Looking mean. Looking unapproachable.
I never tasted bean pie, man. I'm scared to taste it if them niggas made it though, bro. I ain't trying to be funny.
That bean pie need to be called a mean pie, boy. I'm telling you.
Minister Barnes made these bean pies. His shit's the best, son.
Hey, peace to the panel, man. Peace to bro Sanchez. Love to everybody.
Peace and love. Hey, salutes to the sister Dulcinea for sure. Let's get it in.
Peace and love. Thank you. Salute.
Peace and love. Hey, I wanted to bring something to the panel though, real quick, and then I'm gonna get up out of here. I'm gonna just go back in the chat and keep listening.
You good?
I was doing some learning boards with my children the other day, and the diagram that we was doing was 2D shapes and 3D shapes, and I saw hemisphere. And one thing that I noticed about the shape of the hemisphere is that the base of it is flat. So I never heard, like when these globalists are talking about the hemispheres, I never heard anybody ask them, what's the shape of a hemisphere? Because you can't have a hemisphere on a globe.
You can't.
You see what I'm saying?
You can, but we can debunk it, is what I'm saying.
Because they say that it's a half of a. They say it's a half of a sphere.
Right.
But nah, that shit, that is the basis. I was just peeping that though. I think all of that, when you add that with the whole, you know, how did the people on the other side see this? When you just put it all together and then you come with also the hemisphere, it's like, man, come on, man. These people know what's up, man. But yeah, I'm gonna hop up out of here, man. I'm back in the chat, man.
Most definitely. So look, guys, a lot of ancient philosophers said that the base reality is taking place in the third eye, and then the one that's in this central part of the brain is projecting reality in a dual form. Go look at the Eucharist symbol, and you'll see a red light and a blue light coming from this white light. That's the angel and devil. You got two dual realities playing out at the same time right now. Right now, there's an upside down universe, and these are both layered over each other like a six-pointed star. You know how you got one triangle pointed down, one triangle pointed up, but you make the one star? You got this hell and this heaven that's layered over each other. These are two alternate universes, and you're in both of them. In this hell universe, you're the worst, you evil. You're making all the bad decisions, right? You cussing everybody out. You really on some foul version of yourself, and that's in you, and that's being influenced from the underworld versions of you, which is the triangle pointed down, or the devil's goatee, the devil tail. Then you got the triangle pointed up, which is that angel I was telling you about, that one wearing a birthday hat, rebirth, to get you out of here so you can escape the death cycles going down and dissension. But what's happening here in this earth realm, these two realities are being able to play out simultaneously, good and bad. And your participation in this one or either this one gonna be tallied up at the end of your life. If you participated in being the bad version the most, your consciousness will enter that bottom triangle, and it'll ride that down into a lower reincarnation where you'll reincarnate in a lower world beneath this one, and you'll become worse and worse versions. That it's a voting system with your energy. If these two realities are playing out, the good version and the bad version. Every time you do bad, that's the devil, just like the Bible say. But it's the devil in you. That evil influence is coming from these underworld false versions of the self, beneath the plane we're on. And then above us is all these brighter, greater versions of yourself. In this world, you're gonna entertain both of them versions. You're gonna make some good decisions and some bad decisions, but like the Egyptians and everybody else said, they're gonna count up how many you made of each one. And if you made more bad than good, if you entertain more bad, then you're gonna go down, and the scales of my eye will take you up if you're becoming lighter and brighter. So it's a voting system. You can't lie to nobody. This is all you're doing. This is your journey. You know your energy. You know when you hating on a nigga deep in your heart. You know when you jealous of a nigga. You know when you goddamn stealing from a nigga. You know when you goddamn being wrong, even if nobody else know it. And what I'm telling you is that conviction, you know goddamn well, like, I'm being a hater right now. I'm being a goddamn bitch nigga right now. Right, I'm being I'm being too gangster. I'm being rude right now. Boom. You can feel this battle going on. If you be more of that hating ass, jerk ass nigga your whole life, your energy upon death, man, you just voted that this who you want to be, nigga. That's a seed that go in the ground, and that you can judge the tree by its motherfucking fruit. You're in control of your own energy. And I got all of my energy focused on trying to manifest my research and like my greatest good and shit. And so I'm telling all y'all, focus on yourself. Everything around you that you hate is misdirected energy you can be withdrawing back to manifest what you love. So that's why I had to stop giving my haters energy. I wouldn't be able to do extra work for y'all like my theory of forms, have pay-per-view events. Why? Because every day I got to go live and respond to some hater. Yell at them for 4 hours for nothing. Because people don't even donate for the mess. But that was, I grew from that. So just the more energy I take away from my ops and put toward myself, for example, give y'all some jewels, it'll make them even madder. Because they hating seeing you be great. But the hate they got for you is time they can have love for themselves and they could be great too.
Hey, so would you say that the hate that we push outwards keeps us from going inwards? Because when we don't push that hate out, we only have more time, as you say, to love on different aspects of ourselves and really ascend more.
Yeah, I mean, you are. It's a boomerang effect. The energy we give out is gonna come back to us. That's all. Yeah, you said it. You said it.
Facts. You also made me think of that too when you said the admittance of, because a lot of people can't admit what they are. Therefore, how can you ever really find out where you come from if you're not, you know what I'm saying, admitting where you are right now? You're just gonna be lost in this world forever, and then here comes the repeat process again, repeat that life over again, because without the admittance, you don't know where the core is.
I like that, JT. Admitting is admission. Like, damn.
Oh shit,
You know?
bro! I ain't even think of that shit. The admittance,
Yeah,
goddamn, dog.
But it's all about self, bro. We gotta get balance, y'all. I'm in the process, but I share that shit daily. Balance, level, earth, inertia. You know? But I was fired up, my nigga, admitting it to self. Is the admittance to the higher level of self. You know? But I was
awakening mind.
Yeah, admitting to the cell that you're locked up. You feel me?
Hey, big homie, just adding on to what y'all was saying, bro. Awakening minds mentioned balance, and you know, it's so interesting how that is a very, very, very important key when it comes to self mastery. Okay, because you got to be centered, but the forces that draw from you when you're trying to maintain your balance is the actual fight. And like they say, when you learn the skill, it's hard to forget it, especially once you've mastered it. Think about riding a bike. You get what I'm saying? So once you get past the training wheel stage, that process and the fear and all of this and that, and you actually do learn how to just ride the bike properly, you can start doing tricks and, you know, doing other little things with it. May not even need a chain because you learn how the energy work with inertia. So you could just flow with things and, you know, continuously move with that type of cyclic energy because it gets deep. There's so many levels to even the simplest thing we speak about on this panel, excuse me, on this panel. But it's on us, the real thinkers, the real prophets, and like bro Sanchez, the, you know, philosophical thinkers to really explain certain things. So it's not just hit on a certain level, cause bro, you know, he gonna put it out there easily, which he does, documented, got it out there. But if you know, I'm just adding on and building with you guys so that it's understood because, like I say, everything from vibrations to energy, everything still requires balance. Colors require balance. Food requires balance. You name it, it requires balance. Falling back into what bro mentioned earlier, that goes into the laws of life. You can't go nowhere and not breathe air. You can't go nowhere and not know what a smiling face is. Certain things is a universal language. No matter where you go, it's gonna stand. I'm gonna fall back though.
So we skipping
Salutes.
around. Yeah, salute,
I
sister.
wanted to, yeah, thank you for letting me on, and salutes, Brother Sanchez. I wanted to answer your question and ask you a question based on that, because I definitely see that we're emulated for all the bad things across the world and everything, even when you can see like how they act like us or dress like us. It's based on all our worst characteristics. But you know, the Hebrews use that the immolation of us to say, we're the chosen people. So I wanted to get your views on that in Hebrew cosmology. Is the chosen people to awaken and bring forth a different understanding and not based on like their nationality or anything like that? And what do you feel about the 144,000 that will be the teachers or the leaders?
Now the 144,000 is something that that to me that's symbolic and symbolism talking about something else. But on the first part of your question about you know what I'm saying, emulating us, how the Hebrews use that to say we're chosen, that's very powerful. That's exactly what we got to talk about that, because the Hebrews are very dangerous, if you ask me, when it comes to that. Because hear me out, what they're saying is that if look at the way we dress, the way we talk, and if you look at it, it's prison culture, gang culture, trap culture, drill culture, and then they'll say everybody around the world emulate us. But guess what they ain't telling you? What we're calling black culture is synonymous with urban culture. Y'all know that, right? You have urban fashion gear, which is baggy pants, it's urban. And guess what? The reason why we think everybody copying us, that is just a socially engineered template that they spreading around the world. The same people that colonized our land and made us Crips and Bloods and gangsters and dope dealers and shit, they doing that around the world too. So when we see them making other people slaves, we say, man, they copying our culture. What, slave culture? Killing each other? Of course, if they gave you a mindset that conquered you, they're gonna say, yo, we can give other people this mindset to conquer them too. And when they do that, we us and our conquered state gonna say, man, they got our culture, they got Crips and Bloods over there, they trying to be like the black man. No, it's just that the same person that made us ignorant into demons, making everybody else ignorant and demons. It worked with us, it can work for them. So yeah, the whole world copying us in that sense, that the same tactics they use to create our self-destructive behavior, they going to use that same mode of behavior all around the world. And we think folks copying us. Everybody just being colonized like us. The Hebrews really need to know that. Salutes
That's
to
real.
the sister for that
Salute.
question. I think it was another part to that too. She said something else. It was yeah, because look, the Hebrews be saying that, man, everything that's happening to black folks, Yahweh Shah is doing it to them and letting it happen because they turned away and worship other gods and stuff like that. And it's like the people who doing this shit to us, they evil too and don't worship the Most High. In fact, they blaspheme him. So if God's people don't do what he say, God gonna get some other people that don't do what he say to fuck his people up, nigga, hang they bitch ass. Beat them down in the street till they turn back to me. That's crazy. Oh, man.
Right, that is crazy. Yeah, like the people that say they're worshiping idols and everything. So you use the complete devil that doesn't worship anybody or anything close to you and say, okay, well, you're the latter now because you put idols, but we're supposed to be the first if we go back to them. But then there's never this known of like how many need to go back. What is worshiping the Most High? Do we all need fringes? What would make it where he would be happy with us if we're so chosen?
Yeah. That is crazy, man. And the fringes, yo, speaking of sacred geometry and all that with the fringes, let me bring this up, right? Check this out. Sacred geometry with the fringes. I'm about to, y'all see the golden fringes? Look at, it's optimism. The Hebrews don't know that their golden fringes is what this church wall is showing us. Let me show you about these golden fringes while we talking about it. Watch this. What's that, the Pac-Man? You know, when you see these little ghosts with the ruffles, that's what the fringes are. The God Yahweh, right, is the Pac-Man monster, the God that eat up the souls and recycle them into the rat maze. This whole game is Pan's labyrinth, and Pan is the devil. This is showing you the simulation. They worship the god of the simulation, which is the ancient Egyptian Aten. Let me show you some about that Pac-Man mouth. The sister brought up the fringes, but you know, it just gives me a reason to go in with some deep shit. So, cause you know, we just chilling anyway. But check this out, right? The symbol that we looking at is the broken bread. Look, sacred geometry, y'all. What does the broken bread symbolize? The body of Christ. So what is the Pac-Man? So we said we resurrected because of this whole, the Passover is like a resurrection feast. You know, where they saying basically Jesus' body is symbolic of the food. They did the same thing with Osiris. They chopped his body up and stuff. And so Jesus' body being chopped up is just the Passover form. But the reason it ties into resurrection, right? Let's pull this up. Here is what it all mean right here. This is why Jesus carried a cross. His will couldn't be done through him because he's a puppet, a clone. So the thing is like, this what the Hebrew fringes is represent, the strings of the puppet. It also what is represented in the Pac-Man game. These little ghosts are like the puppets. And this little Pac-Man mouth is the sky vault of heaven that will recycle them. That's Jonah getting spit out the whale. You know, it's gonna recycle them, and then they go back into it over and over again until they wake up into their higher self. You know what I'm saying? They may need a couple of life cycles. But the thing is, you know, you can only eat these little monsters when they turn blue. And that is very symbolic of the holographic simulation. If they're not blue, you can't eat them. They can only resurrect us if they can get us to put our soul into this technology and that only comes around every couple of resets. I'm telling you right now, they about to introduce the technology that Revelation speak about, where the dead gonna be walking among the living. And they experiment with the rappers right now. A lot of these dead rappers that's performing in the hologram, guess what, y'all? That's they soul stuck, like the story of Sisyphus. They gonna be an eternal slave and they sold their soul. What if I told you it's possible that Pop Smoke's soul is trapped in a light code matrix and a piece of him is inside of all of these projected holograms? They made him a bunch of more underworld chakra layers. And whenever they want to, they can release the fucking genie from the lamp and tell him, dance for me, nigga. Now get back in your lamp. And a piece of him is all around like your chakra layers, and they can give, and his essence is in this thing. His soul, like when it performs, you can feel a little bit of him in it. Like, and I'm just saying, what if they got the technology like Ghostbusters and the genie in the lamp, the little black box that they worshiping in goddamn Mecca is this black box that the Statue of Liberty standing on, like what Jack in the Box popping out the cube of Saturn. So that's the simulation pod, you know. But my thing is like the fact that you can only eat them when they're blue backs me up, because I'm saying that if you read the history of Pac-Man, it's the same thing we calling Pokemon. The Japanese version of Pokemon is Pokemon, and that's why you got the soul inside of the little ball, and he's trying to gobble up the soul and put it inside of the ball. Opening up the Pokemon ball to gobble back up the pocket. The word Pokemon is pocket monster, and a pocket monster is a genie in a lamp. And this game is all about how to get the genie in the lamp, which is why they got the little genie tails and shit, or the fringes. So this whole shit is all about resurrection and recycling our souls inside of the labyrinth. And they worshiping the God of that, because when you wear the fringes, you're worshiping the underworld, which is the world where they copying many clones of you. You see what Plato's saying right here? That's the fringes. See, they got the fringes down beneath their waist, just like if I show you Aten over here, that Satan or Aten, that's the light of the that's the false light right there, or the Antichrist. The false self, which is the body, the puppet, the doll, not the doggone soul. And so the whole thing about Christianity, what did Jesus promise his people? A new body. Guess what the Hindu said? You don't want a new body. The goal is to get your soul out of the body and get back to Eden above all of the forms. Strip away from the body. But every religion is promising a new body, and what we're not realizing is the body is owned by Satan, is made out of all the material of this world, and it's belonged to the God of this world, which is Satan or Aten, Odin, the one-eyed, and he was an evil genius in his time, and he created the fucking simulation that we're in. That's what I'm telling you. So I don't even think Aten did it by himself. I think he was part of a worldwide order of occult wise men in his time that cheated death. They was all about cheating death, but the ancestors said we can't be cheating. We got to go through these life and death cycles to end our karmatic experience. And the more we cheat is like a penalty, right? If the IRS catch you cheating on your taxes and shit, it's okay. You're gonna pay fines. You're gonna acquire so much debt that you're gonna realize I was better off just not cheating, doing it the right way, because now I'm worse off than I ever was, and I wish I wouldn't even fucking tried to cheat the shit. It's like a football game. They catch the coach cheating. He wish he would have just took the L, honestly, because the cheat, you losing more. And that's what I'm saying about the karma of us trying to rebuild this abomination, which is the avatar. And you'll see that even when you look at images like this right here, let me show you something about Aleister Crowley. Look at this hat that he wearing. You know why Aleister Crowley wearing that hat? He got his two hands as the two pillars, Joachim and Boaz. And the hat with the light rays is what I'm showing you here. Look at that. Look at what the hologram wearing. These two light rays are the two pillars that's creating your left brain and right brain. One of them is red light, one of them is blue light, and you're like a hybrid creature. In this earth realm, it ain't a real base reality. It's like a passing through realm where when your energy passed through this realm, it's split and you gotta take a choice. You at a fork in the road right now. And that's the choice you taking on whether you wanna be good or bad. Left brain or right brain, instinct or intuition. Instinct gonna recycle you in a technological realm where the Hunger Games taking place, capitalism and all that. Intuition will lead you into the higher, or what they call Platonic realms, what we call Eden. These heavenly forms where there are civilizations there built on green spiritual technology like the Tartarians and all them. So right now we're in this split world in between heaven and hell, and spirits that's passing through here, you're forced with a choice in this realm. It's a voting realm. And so the twin pillars are literally showing you left or right, ascension, descension. And the hat that he's wearing, with the light rays is showing you what you take that choice inside of the earth realm and the holographic realm. Now where these two light rays meet up at, they make a spinal cord, they make a crack in the brain, and they make a split in the body. You can see how when these two light rays come together, how you get this spinal cord pattern in the back of your back, right? And all that, because it's basically two light rays come. I'm gonna show you how to make this pattern with your hands real quick. Like a zipper.
A midline, bro.
You know, let me, you see what I'm saying? That's how this spinal cord is basically this zip. And that right there is the path to ascension up the spinal cord, the beanstalk. The Jedi pillar that the Pharaoh is carrying, the lightsaber, if you read the knowledge of it, it represents his spinal cord. That's an elevator inside of your body for the soul to launch up from the lower version of itself to the higher versions. Because this lower version, it exists at the spinal cord or the base floor of your macro body. Let me show you what I'm talking about real quick. Because we keep thinking about, I'm talking about like your spinal cord in your body. But let me just, I don't want to confuse you because I'm picturing something and you might not be picturing what I'm picturing. So let me show you an example. Let's say you got all these versions of the self and they all layered like this. Now, this little bitty version, let's say that the biggest version is your ultimate self, what you trying to expand to and break through all these other barriers till you get to this big giant, sleeping giant, right? So you working your way from the inside out, and the whole thing is when you get there, you're gonna realize you just now on the inside of your macro body, which is this red one back here. I'm just giving you an example. So check this out. This little body right here that you in right now, that in this world, right? It exists inside of a bigger body of yours that's beyond this one. So for example, if you go to sleep tonight and you go to the world beyond this world and your consciousness just expanded out of this little purple one here and went into this blue one behind it. And now you start living in that dimension, in that universe. All of these are layered on each other with the big fish eat the little fish example right here. So the thing is like this little fish right here, when he grow up and expand his consciousness, he just become one with this blue one behind it. And now this blue one is a better version of itself because it's now just acquired a new experience from this version. And what I'm saying about you working your way up from the root chakra up, what everybody's saying is, yes, that happened in your body when you get out the body, but on a macro level, right, this is what's happening. It's a huge version of you that's sleeping. I'm gonna show you that shit right now. Hold on. This is what the totem pole and the mummy tomb is. Let me open up something real quick. So now I got to go to my summit stuff. Check this out. There's this huge version of you, and it's made out of all the little versions. So when I'm showing you this chart right here, this dude that you looking at with all the rings around him, that ain't necessarily your body. Yes, your body got these energy fields around it, but what I'm showing you is this root world down here, that's a whole universe and solar system. And inside of this solar system is a little bitty you. And I'm telling you, that's the version of you I'm talking to right now. This little version of you in this world is other yous in these worlds. This chart is the macro body. It's the wrapped up mummy that sleep in Eden. When we die, when we fail, they wrapped up your body in the mummy wrappings, and that's holographic universe right here. This is the giant sleeping right here. And he got to unwrap all of these bands in order to wake up and eat them. And to do that, he got to go inside of all of these planes into the little versions and work. He untying himself. And then at the end, all of them versions will be into this big version like Captain Planet, like Metatron. And your sleeping giant will wake up in Asgard. And because all of those little versions is what's making the big version. And when they separated and went into their own layers, now you got to experience reality individually through the steps, through each one. And through doing that, you unifying them all by into the sleeping giant here. So the thing is, what I'm showing you is, you got to look at this like this. Let me show you some, because we take magazines, right? Magazine art with different words making one word. Let me see if I can pull it up. I forgot the name of it. So I want you to check what I do out. Check this out. So you can make a book, right? One book. But you can make that book out of cutting out of words from books from all around the world. So if my book gonna say in the beginning, I can go take the word in from the Source magazine. I can take the from the ESPN book. And I can take beginning from the Bible and put all them together like a collage like this and say in the beginning, but the Bible didn't say it, the science book didn't say it. I said in the beginning by taking a piece of all of them different people that was saying it and let them all say one part of this thing so we can share and we get this collage like this. So what I'm telling you, right, a person can take one of their pictures that they took from within 10 years, across the span of 10 years, right? And they can cut out a little slit, like they can cut a little piece of their chin from 1982, and they can put that with their lips from 1984, then with their fucking nose section from 1990, and they can make this one picture of theyself out of a bunch of different pictures of theyself throughout the ages by letting each picture take its own little part. Y'all get what I'm saying? So basically, that's what this aura system is. Each of these bands is a little slit that it's a little piece of this giant, but it ain't the full him. In this world, it's a piece of him from that time zone. In this world, this is a whole incarnation where he died in this universe and went to that shit. So he's making one big ass picture of himself in macro, but it's a scan and a blend out of all these little experiences he had within the micro world of himself, inside of himself, and all these lifetimes is in him. And he's dreaming. He's a giant dreaming. And he's gonna ultimately wake up as a giant, but the identity of the giant will be Leviathan. It'll be a blend of all of those 7 versions like I'm showing you here. And he'll take the best out of each one to make his grand giant version getting up in the end. This is what's going on. Try to look for ways to explain this stuff if you see what I'm saying.
Can I add with you real Bill with you?
Yeah, you got it.
A part of what you're saying at a certain point, even with the image you showing, remind me of like the I think is, if I'm pronouncing it right, like the Matryoshka doll. It's like the little doll that you put inside the other doll, and it's like 7, 8 versions of it, and it all become one big doll with different shells, and then the middle piece be still that same little piece, but it's something that correlates to what you are saying in a different level for those who may not peep what you're saying, how you saying it, but that's another good analogy as well.
Each one of these little bands is a whole part of your consciousness and a whole lifetime incarnation you had, and each one will ultimately form the grand version, and that's why we got to go through each one. So you're picking and choosing in these avatars what you like and don't like about yourself. And you're gonna only take what you like, and then what you dislike, and like I said, you're gonna build this grand version of yourself out of all the incarnations ultimately. And that's when the version of yourself that never died is gonna wake up in Asgard, right? Because let me go back to this image here. I don't want this one to go over y'all head. Photosynthesis. Your body is a selfie of the soul. Your soul is asleep in an Eden pod. In Eden, y'all, this is what happened. Look, we went inside of our own simulation. That's what these towers represent. This is the tree of life. We never left our home. We just went to sleep, man. We just fucking, we fell, meaning fall asleep. We sleep like caterpillars in a cocoon. And inside of that cocoon, we able, whatever this technology is, it's literally projecting our base self out into all of these alternate realities. But the truth is, it's only one you inside of a pod right here. But what's happening is that pod is like a camera, which is why I said the word camera is the word maru or mirror, ka, mirror, the mirror of the ka. Soul is copying you. So ka, mirror, ka, maru, that's the word sumeru. When you say you're Sumerian, you're Camarian, meaning I'm a holographic human. When we reintroduce this technology to the earth, people gonna stop saying I'm a Japanese, I'm a Asian. It's gonna be, hey, are you a human? Are you an AI? Are you a synthetic? It's gonna be so many new identities pop up on the earth of artificial intelligence that we ain't gonna even be identifying by necessarily geographics no more, because we're gonna be teleporting all that shit. People gonna be saying, are you a human? Are you a fucking, what universe is your base reality? Our whole language finna change when this technology get more and more advanced. So, what I'm saying is this happened before in the past. The people that call themselves Sumerians was basically saying, yes, I'm a human. That we created a world where the dead was able to walk with the living. People had this advanced technology that we bringing back right now. And during those times, because that technology exists, people literally had to identify by where you were on a dimensional level versus an earthly geographic level. We identify by land masses. But what happened when our consciousness expand beyond the earth and we start being star travelers, travelers in the universe? You ain't gonna be saying I'm Mexican no more. You gonna be saying, nigga, I'm God. Nigga, I'm a fucking soul being that, yo, your body was from Mexico. Your body was from New York. Once you tap into the soul, you ain't gonna be identifying nationality and shit like that. It's gonna be like Star Wars. I'm a Ewok. I'm a motherfucking, you know, it's gonna be a more advanced name showing like what soul, what dimension you resonate with, your vibe tribe on a spiritual level. But really, the camera, we saying the C is the S. Camera, like it's the word samurai. The ninja star is the star of Bethlehem of birth. They corrupted all of this knowledge. Samurai, camera, sumeru, all of these are the same. And if you want more information on this, then you can go and get my presentation that I did on the Sumerians. In fact, this will be a good segue into that. Go to brosancheztv.com, go to events, and check out my Mount Meru and Sumeru connection versus religious occult symbolism. But we'll go into the camera, the word Sumeru, how it relates to camera and all that. Because when you say Sumeru or Kumaru or it's all this same word right here. And what these people, they were called a black-headed people. They wore when we look at the Teflon, that's the camera. Let me show you something. This Teflon, that's when they say Jack popping out the box. See what this Teflon is, and what these people are saying is, when they close their eyes and leave their body and open up their third eye, their spirit will pop out this box, right out the dome. We can't see this box opening in this dimension, but when they soul get to the other side, they will see their body sleep, and that box on their head will be open with light coming out. That's their way back. This the unicorn that's able to get to the other side of the rainbow. A lot of these people are very spiritually advanced, And they've been hiding this stuff from us, guys. They've been navigating the dream worlds and doing all that while trying to reverse engineer these realities into brain-computer interfaces that allow you to get out the body at their mercy, at their technology, at your expense for some money. When they only reason they able to make the technology because they tapping into the ancestral knowledge that we lost. This Teflon come from the Sumerians. When you look up the word Sumerian, they call them the black-headed people, and they calling them that because of this whole thing here. When you start pulling up, and guess what? Why they call the Sumerian the black-headed people? The Sumerian was identified with the black hole that's in the middle of our brain. And they were saying we're not our bodies, we're this source inside of us. Even Plato said that. That was kind of a debate that was going on between the old and new church. So this thing about Plato was in a time where people were still trying to distinguish the layers of reality, body, soul, mind. But what I'm telling you right now is the people who were black-headed people, they literally wore black top hats like this one is a little form of a little top. You know, they got bigger top hats. But the pulling a rabbit out the hat, that's the pineal gland, right? Busting up out of that Teflon, Jack coming out the box. Why? Because the word Jack is the word yak. The J is the Y, and the word yak come from the word yoke. When we say Jack, we're saying joke, because Jack represents the joker, or the one hidden inside of the shell. The shell is hell. Take the S off of it. And he's buried in the body, which is hell. Jack is the joke, or the yolk, yak, the yolk, right? It's that little egg ball, the little, you know, in the middle of the egg, you got the yolk. When that breaks out of the goddamn egg, it's not a yolk, it's a chick now. It transforms, it's a cocoon system. In order for this yolk to make it out of the body, it can't nobody gotta let it out. It got to break its way out the body. That's what Samson telling you. When Superman rip off his clothes in that little phone booth, they turned that into Samson. Look at here. That's when you take flight and you leave this bitch. That's what I'm telling you, when you take the body off. That's what they're saying here. So Jesus on top of Mount Calvary, Jim Carrey on top of the damn mountain on this shit. Same shit when we look at the Statue of Liberty on that little box, Jack in the Box. You're a joke in the box, basically. Or the word Jack, joke, Jack is the word check, like a check mark inside of a box when we doing a list of something. So, check in the box. It's the same thing because the check is the 7. It's just representing all of these different boxes with the soul in it. We just showed you that with the chakra system, though. All of this shit, Jack in the box is right here. The box is the fucking flash, the light of the flash. Like, if I take a camera and snap a picture of you, I just trapped you in a web of light, and that allowed me to copy you. So in the same sense, this is what's happening on a spiritual level for your flesh to be here. Your flesh is your flash. You've been captured, right, in your own light. But the light fell into a lower dimension. And in that dimension, what happens when light projects from the top down? It makes a 2-dimensional circle. You're a 2-dimensional version of a 3-dimensional holographic form of yourself in the middle of the earth. So if you look at the photo, it's always 2-dimensional, but the original person is 3-dimensional. Same thing happening in creationism right now, guys. Y'all get what I'm saying? Here go another way to look at it. That the picture at the top is 3-dimensional. This castle at the top is 3-dimensional, but the one that's the photo that's reflected is only 2D. That's what I'm saying about how we really ain't experienced 3D in totality yet. We just getting a glimpse of it rising up to it. I'm gonna fall back right there.
You killed that shit, bro. You just went ham.
Yeah, and just to show them the circle of the earth right here. You see the spotlight there? Making the circle, that's the earth we on. But what we thinking is all there is, which is the earth around us, it's only a little slit, two-dimensional pocket of reality, which is why I keep showing this right here. These are two-dimensional circles right here, guys. And if in totality, the 3D realm is the macro realm. When we get out of all these little circles, then when we rise up to where this God right here at, we're gonna experience 3D in totality. So what I'm telling you right now is, when I was talking about your giant body, you got to rise up out of all of your two-dimensional bodies before you can resurrect your mummy. You're unwrapping your damn mummy in all of these little strips that you incarnate in. You're fucking taking off one of the band strips of the mummy, revealing the self, stripping back naked and eating. And once you get the clothes off him, then he can be there. The word Eden backwards is nude. It's like a nude beach. You can't come out here with clothes on. Everybody walking around naked here. Now the root word of naked is neck, which is the same one as necropolis. The souls that are living in these higher realms, they naked, meaning they don't got a body on. They exist in higher realities. But now check this out too. Naked, dealing with the part of the body called a neck, is dealing with your clown collar, right? Your clown collar around the neck. And I can show you that real quick. The clown collar, the clone collar, how it wraps around the neck right here, which is where the most of our stress is at, in those shoulder blades. Did you know why? That's where the energy is flowing through. So that's why we get massages in our shoulders a lot. You know, that's where the tension builds up at. This knowledge would actually heal a lot of problems in the body just on a physical level. Just knowing why we do shit, you can even do it better. Like your spinal cord being massaged. That's all of that shit, bro. Help the energy flow through the body better. You know what I'm saying?
Where Becky at, bro?
You know what I'm saying?
Where Becky, man? God dang.
Yeah, so you know, I got the yield though and let folks get in, but like I said, man, and I'm a year right here. What I was saying about the wrappings of the mummy. Let's go back to this, and then I'm gonna let y'all have it, because this what's happening. Each of these little strips is a universe, a solar system with your piece of your soul in it. And like I was saying, every time you incarnate into one up this stairway to heaven, you unwrapping this doggone. Let me show you what this is. I made a collage for this. This next collage might give you niggas chills. Let me try to find this bitch. Cause when I've been showing y'all this, but here, check this out. This a straitjacket for the soul. And when we be looking at think about this, right? All of those images of the Pharaoh tomb. Look at his arms. Why would his arms be bound? Like, I'm gonna show you the Pharaoh arms. They're bound in a cast like a straitjacket. Look at them. Look at that shit. You see it? He's in a fucking straitjacket. Look. So think about, we say, what do we say about people in straitjackets? We say, man, he lost his mind. And the Pharaoh literally lost his mind in the underworld and got lost in the computer. And now we got to find himself so he can get up out his straitjacket in our true reality. You literally in a straitjacket in an advanced civilization. You out of your mind, literally. And they waiting on you to wake up and say, who am I? Is that your mama? And when you say, yeah, get your mama name right, you coming into consciousness in that reality. You a whole nother person that's like in a vegetable state in another reality is what I'm saying. So they got you in a straitjacket, basically, on a spiritual level though, like on some Netters type shit.
That shit look like a black hole too.
Listen, do you know mummification, which is a real thing, there are different ways of rapping and the postures of which the deceased get rapped. For you to bring that up, dog, bruh, you really just listen, dog. That is so fucking deep, bruh. Because literally, bruh, when you realize, like you just said, what that means, so even in your afterlife, you lost. Even in the time at which you should be running what it is, because you were in the real world, you put in a position due to whatever the people that wrapped you in that world like that.
Yeah, and
oh
basically,
shit. Go ahead, big dog.
basically what they calling the rapper is the same creature we calling the reaper. They doing this to repair you. Like if the doctor wrap your arm in a cast, it's cause your arm was broken and the cast gonna get it straight, which is why they call it a straight jacket. This is what we wearing on the path to us. This is for our good, basically. It's gonna make us stand upright. It's gonna, like that cast gonna get the arm bent in the right direction. This whole system we're in is a system to make sure we rise to our sonum bonum, or what the greater good is what they calling it. You got it, Diggy.
Right, bro. Cause that's exactly why I was going with that. Cause like you saying, when you rap properly is what, like you just said, you getting to where you're supposed to go. Because the symbology is there when you look at exactly at that beautiful collage you put together. Once again, took time out your day to make it happen. But bro, that bitch snapping. I ain't even playing with you, bro. Even if you look in that lower right corner, if people see where the arrow is pointing, well, it looked like you showing like the CERN, but then it's showing to the left of that, the above and below. It's the same thing if you look over to the adjacent corner where you showing the Egyptian panel and showing how, they got the hieroglyph over there. It's one of those things where it's that balance, but it's also showing the symbolism of what it is to the levels of this thing, bro. You doing a great job, bro. Bro, do your thing, bro.
I appreciate that. I really appreciate that, Diggy. That's real shit. You're a real one, bro.
Bro, keep dumping, bro. I ain't even playing, bro. For real, bro. Salute, homie.
And man, it's so much, bro. It's so many stuff that we gonna break down that I'm gonna go into, cause I got this the last Adam presentation. Oh man, because everything I said about Adam, Christ, the Antichrist, all of them being the first, second, and third coming of this same God. Excuse me, I'm sorry. The first coming of this God was Satan. Satan was casted down. What is a cast, yo? Hold on, because the Bible are using words that we gotta talk about. This flesh is a cast. You get what I'm saying? It's when they say he was casted down, yo, here's what we talking about: holographic projection into a simulation. Your body is literally a casting, a mold, a molded form. I got a collage for this one too. Watch this. You know I got a collage for everything. In my Plato's documentary, I talked about the cookie dough, and that your soul is a ball of dough like that cookie batter. It ain't got no shape to it. It's just pure energy consolidated into like a black hole. And the thing about a black hole, you can't call it a sphere because it's 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional. It's you can't explain it. It appear to you like a 2-dimensional gateway, but when you try to walk around it, it stays 2-dimensional, like a sphere. Do that make sense? I know it's weird. It's like if you walk around a basketball or a spherical object, it's gonna see this uniformity all around it. But if I told you to walk around a quarter, you'll see different sides. Well, a black hole is appearing like a 2-dimensional gateway, but when you try to walk around to see the slit in the other side, it keeps being just a 2-dimensional gateway, never revealing any 3 dimensions, but acting like it though. It's kind of embodying both of them in a weird fucking way.
At the same time, like an entendre.
Yeah. So
like a lyrical
It's
assassin who
crazy you
spit
said
one and it
that.
go all kind of ways, bro. Yeah.
so
It's so crazy you said that, like you're the broadcasting, and then when you get put to sleep, they put you in a casket. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
it's crazy because it's like the casket is really the body, because we the walking dead. Death is only our incarnation in the flesh. We ain't even experienced 3D yet. 3D is true life. We experiencing 2D, which is the realm of the body. And what 2D look like, they said creatures that's living in a two-dimensional reality, they wouldn't even know it. They'll think they're experiencing 3D, but they'll be lacking a whole bunch of understanding about their environment. Bro, that's us today. Why we can't get, it's a mystery in this place. The only knowledge in this place is that this ain't the real reality. So you won't even get true knowledge for real till you get out of here. And the way that you get out of here while still being here is being in your mind. If you try to understand the world through physics, just the physical understanding, Plato said it'll elude you. Go watch my documentary. But what I was saying about the soul, we don't have souls. Master P said souls have humans. Humans don't have souls. And if you think about it, he's right, because your soul is around your body and it flows through your body like this model show. But the soul is acting like a mold to even shape your body into the dimensions that it is right now, just like that cookie dough. When your body went in the oven, put it like this, we take a ball of cookie dough and we drop it into the mold, which is the fallen angel. We do it every New Year's, we drop the ball. Sisyphus do it when he take the ball up the mountain, he drop it. This ball being dropped is like cookie dough going into a mold. It start to expand in the mold. That's the Big Bang. And it hardens and become your body. That took place in the belly of your mama. Your mama would bake your cookie. Took place how your body was formed in the goddamn womb. And they talked about he that knew you before you were born. Your soul created a mold out of its light. And then it filled that mold with the physical elements, and there go your body right now. The physical elements is of your body, the bone, the rock, and all that. The shape of it is the doings of your soul. That's the one that knew you before you were born, because he shaped you in the womb of your mama. This your most high self. It also wrote out everything it wanted to do in its life and locked it inside the heart, which is the treasure chest. Once you open that up and get living in sync with what the soul wrote out, you're going to live out your best possibility in this particular reality for your life. You won't be able to make nothing else better than what it already wrote out, because it existed at a point. See, when your soul made your body, it saw out your life from beginning to the end at the top of this Mount Meru. This is a place above time where the creatures here are seeing the past, present, future fold out in a blink of an eye. They watching life and death go on in a second. While down here in this realm, it's taking a whole lifetime. It's like a twinkling of a star with them up here. Time it behaves different depending on where you at. And science is just now figuring that out. So check this out, y'all. When the soul was outside the body, it was outside of time, and it envisioned everything it needed to do in the body from beginning to end before it even made the body. Time has a beginning and an end, but the soul don't, because time is only the will of the soul, and that's the only part of the soul that has a beginning and an end, is what it want to do in the body, because it know its time is limited. So when the soul has done everything it want to do in the body, it even wrote out how it want to die. If this story gonna be a bad ending, if they say everybody in class today, we writing a story, but here go the catch. We all got to die at the end with a bad ending. Every student in the class, when it get to the end of that book, it's gonna get sad and cry like a funeral. But this realm is the realm of scary movies. These movies that got the good ending, that's the heavenly realms we trying to get to. See what I'm saying? We ain't risen up there to act out those scripts yet. You got to act out these underworld scripts first, like Jesus had to go to hell before he can go rise up to heaven. It's like you got to bend your knees to jump. You got to give to get. So the soul is a mold that created a perfect blueprint of itself and then fill that mold with the material of this world, and there go your body, man. And when your soul say, you know, I'm tired of being this body, it's gonna drop all of this dirt, water, and rocks down, and your body gonna decompose. Then that same light that was keeping your body together in this shape is gonna go and make a better version of you out of some better material, though. Because in your next universe, the nature of the elements is more refined, just like you. Just like you get better in each incarnation up this journey, the water get better, the air get better, the grass get greener, everything get better. So that version of you will create a better version out of itself, out of a better state of the elements in that realm. You see what I'm saying? So this is all the way up the mountain. We are like teleporting in Star Trek. You know, where the soul will break itself down to light, and then when it manifests, it always do it by taking the physical material of one of these realms and shaping for itself an avatar, and then occupying that avatar as a conscious mind at the top of the brain, at the wheel seat to control it all. And then when it say, you know, I want another body, it'll drop that shit down. Hey, whatever body it exists in a certain universe, and in those universe, either the good or bad are playing out, just like in Jet Li movie The One. Some of those versions of himself were criminals. Some of them were good guys living a good, you see what I'm saying? He had to visit each one. And basically that's what we doing. In some of these dimensions, death is possible. Aging is possible. All of that. The possibilities of what take place in the dual realm, these possibilities start to slowly decrease as we go to the original singularity Eden, because duality, polarity, and multiplicity amounts only exist in the underworld, as we seeing here. The higher we get, ain't no you, me, this or that, and all that. It's a summed up experience within. See, in other words, your consciousness can live inside of these different universes that exist in the quantum computer, or you can leave this damn computer and be your own goddamn being that's just manifesting whatever reality you want outside the simulation. And that's what the throne of God is. That's why when we see all of these images, you will see a soul up there that made it out. Look. You see, just like right here, the throne of God. At this point, you outside of time. You're a time traveler can't be bound in time. The people that can't time travel, they age, they die. But a time traveler go and revisit a time traveler, as soon as they living out their experience and they get old, they can just rewind that shit again and go back in time to being 10 again. You can't die when you're a time traveler, because you can just keep rewinding back and you can travel. Time is now a dimension that you're traveling through like a city. It ain't nothing that's aging you and bounding you inside of any of these particular two-dimensional realms. The only reason time do you like that is because it's how it interferes with beings in a two-dimensional realm. But once you get above time up here, time ain't even what you think it is when you get up here. You start to see what time was nothing but an ocean that was being stirred up with objects in it that you call the sun and moon, and the stirring of that ocean and the latency and reflection on all these worlds was creating time different on each one. But there's only one stirring happening, and that, like the straw in the cup, right? Let me show you something. There's only one straw being stirred in that middle of the cup. But if you start to stack the cups inside of cups in layers, you will make more copies, and it'll be 3 straws, 4 copies, 5 copies. And every time you stir the one in the middle, all the other copies that's refracted and split right here, they'll stir too. And you can make many copies as you want, and it'll be a chain reaction. The one that's up here, when he move, all of his copies move down here. But see, we don't have that ability yet. You know why? You are a copy. What am I saying? I'm saying you're not your real self. You're a clone right now. There are many, you've been cloned, man. That's something we gotta grasp. You've been cloned, and you're not your original version. You ain't you're a clone. That's why you always trying to get yourself right. That's why you saying, man, I gotta work on this, work on that. You're a clone. Your original version is up here in the heavens. You gotta rise up to it. And once you get up there to that original version, you will have syncopation over all the clones. You will be the straw that's in the middle of the cup. When you move, all of your bodies will move in unison with you versus just you being stuck in one of the copies like we are now. If that make any sense. It's more than one way to experience reality and who we are. And basically, the God way to experience it is like Leviathan, which is why I keep showing you this multiple-headed God. This is what we're trying to become. This is a beautiful dancing, by the way. Somebody sent me the video, syncopated dancing, where they all align themselves into a line. They got to line up the spinal cord and then be one person. That's what we trying to become. This is our destination here. That's your angel wings right there. It's the hands of all your other sides. This is what it all represents. How the agents was a hive mind within one. So we're becoming our own hive mind. Meaning all of those different versions of you in the dream, you're gonna actually have all of them in the one. You can be all of these yous at one. And every version of you gonna be the same you in every world, versus each of these different versions of you is in a dream world doing its own thing. See, united we stand, divided we fall. Until we sync up, the knowledge that's gonna sync all of these versions of yourself together is the one true knowledge that exists up here in the base itself up at the top. It's the one thing that is consistent throughout all of these universes. The fact that the only thing consistent is the truth, which is it's a simulation. It ain't real, Neo. And if every version of you woke up to that one truth that, hey, this world ain't real, then all of them know that the one God know up here in the heaven before he fell and thought that it was real. And that's him waking up all his copies, and now he like Santa Claus with the reindeers. He get to control all the reindeers, cause he got all tethering line straps to all them copies. And when he decide to go down here, he can transmit his consciousness through that tethering line and go experience a reality here. He can go here. He's now multidimensional. He's a time traveler, because each of these slices is a slit in time, an incarnation that you had. Just like I was showing you with the sleeping giant picture a minute ago when he wrapped up in the straitjacket. Each of these lines is a incarnation that you had to ultimately wake up the sleeping giant, which is up here in heaven. Here he go. Look how many arms he got, several. Look how many heads he got up there. Because he got control over all. He have now resurrected all of his copies in the underworld and brought them together to a big Christ mass reunion at Meru. So when we get to fucking this higher heaven, all of these versions of it's like the movie Us. You're gonna see all of them dreams that you was having. You're gonna see them versions of yourself at Meru, and you're gonna realize you wasn't dreaming. Those were other copies of you. all of them, when you dreaming and you in them other versions of yourself, that it's gonna be all of them versions of you gonna meet up together when you die. And all the copies gonna die. Just like when you was born, all the copies was born at the same time. So when one die, they all die, like a domino effect. And I'll show you about the birth. When one born, they all born. Here it is. This ball represents Eden. And when the consciousness left that, it separated into all these sperm. And it had a reality into each of these universes you see here. So now all of these sperms gotta go back home and have, and what we say, man, we had a ball, but it was lit, man. We had a ball. Why do we say we had a ball? Because that's what this room, it's a ballroom. When all of these versions of you get back into this outside base reality, it's gonna be, man, a grand celebration. And what you're gonna see is not only a bunch of versions of yourself that's coming together to make your Metatron. Guess what? You gonna look over there at your mama, and your mama gonna have a bunch of heads. You gonna look at your daddy, and he gonna, basically all of y'all gonna become your own hive mind, a God version. And your mama gonna, all the versions of her in the dream gonna become one. All of us gonna be, like they said, in heaven. That was this creature with a bunch of eyes on it. And that's in the book of Revelation. It said when they looked up at heaven, they saw this creature walking around with all the eyes. This is what they was talking about. When we get to heaven, man, this is what the creature is. It got a bunch of heads and a bunch of eyes. You see it up here? So this is when all of these versions come together as one grand version. It don't get no better than that. And you walking around on some shit like this. And then the crazy thing is all of your loved ones is gonna be there. And this is the Christ Mass, the gathering of all of the cells. You see what I'm saying? And at this point, ain't no arguments, ain't no violence, because all the arguing and differences only play out in the realm of separation. But when we bring all of the versions together, there can be no imperfections. This is the perfect version. He can't get into arguments. He can't. This is heaven. In heaven, all the beings exist as all of the separated versions into one. The reason the conflict take place with division. United we stand, divided we fall. That's to say that united, all of your, if all of your different copies unite together, they can make one big version of yourself in the heaven. And it'll be a multiple-headed, this is what this symbol means. But if y'all don't want to be united because you can't sync the different versions of the self together with this one truth, divided they fall, just like Plato showing with the example. They gonna shatter into, okay, man, you can go be your own Bro Sanchez in that world. Okay, bitch, well, you can go and be this bougie-ass teacher in that world. Okay, nigga, well, you... And all of these different versions of yourself, these different parts of you separate because they can't all unite under the one truth that, listen, none of us is Bro Sanchez. All of us is God playing different parts of Bro Sanchez in different universe. He ain't even Bro Sanchez, nigga. He a rapper over there. He's a fucking teacher over there, or a damn restaurant owner over there. So you're dividing based upon thinking that you are the many false copies that's manifesting in these false natures. But when all of them false copies wake up to that one truth, that you are one supreme being that's thinking it's all these roles, then that one truth will unite them all, man. Bring back the body of Osiris back to one, like Jet Li. And that's when all the versions of you will get along in one body. Like Metatron. See, it's like the Power Rangers. When the Power Rangers are fighting, they trying to fight individually, but it get too hard because divided they fall. Every time they got to unite as one to make the big monster, to show y'all this concept that the only way you gonna win is to connect all them chakra colors together, which is all them different Power Rangers. These are Rangers of power, meaning that You were one unified ball of power that separated into many rangers or sojourners that's holding that power. And so all of these Power Rangers with the different color layers is just the chakra layers of the self, and each one come together to form this big. See, that's when you can't be fucked with. That's what I keep talking about, the sleeping giant that's gonna wake up when all of these versions come together. But I've been talking hella long. I got to shut up. Go get Theory of Forms if you guys want to follow this information and this current research. Support the work. I'm gonna go deep into the Platonic ideals concerning what I'm saying, how he influenced the church. Go ahead and get part 1 of your copy today, Theory of Forms, and let's expound on this knowledge, because I really go in deep with this documentary. Be on the
Just
lookout.
so happened.
You got it.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
bro.
go ahead.
I was gonna say, you just so happen to have a panel tonight that just cannot refute and ain't with trying to find no smoke with what you saying, bro, cause this shit so solid. You feel me? So yeah, to everybody out there in the internet world and YouTube land, chat world, support this brother. For real. I'ma just get a copy and goddamn show off and flex on you just cuz, so y'all know what time it is. Get in, bitch. For real.
Man, salutes my brother, hell yeah. Because I'm gonna do a show on it toward the end of the month. And to everybody that copped the copy of the Theory of Forms, we're gonna have our own show on Bro Sanchez TV. Only the people that fuck with the documentary. I wanna hear how was it, and I wanna hear the feedback. So yeah, and then we're gonna, give y'all a little, sneak peeks into the information, of course. Man, I appreciate y'all. I also got
bro,
this
Sanchez,
debate. No, you
I was
good.
gonna say, can you once again say how to get the info, bro? So I'm gonna write it down myself, but could you once again just repeat on how to actually get that info for the documentary?
Oh yeah, go to brosancheztv.com for everything Bro Sanchez. I'm on the site right now. I'm gonna show you exactly what you can do. So when you get to brosancheztv.com, right? Hold on. Go to more. You see here, and go to products. And then you get the products, boom, Theory of Forms right there. And everything else that you want, the calendar, the book, everything Bro Sanchez right here. Even free products. So, and I'm gonna put more free stuff on this product section too. But yeah, all of my products is right here. If you own a phone, you'll just see a button and you can hit that button and it'll take you to the actual product store. There's more stuff over there, by the way. More freebies. But yeah, that's how you get all my stuff, man. The past debate, the last pay-per-view Sumaru joint, Theory of Forms Part 1 is already ready. I'm about to have Part 2 ready shortly. Next month, we'll have Part 2 for Theory of Forms. And then we'll move on, man. I'm always, this is extra content, all right, for me to be able to, because I'm not monetized through YouTube. So if I don't actually create a way to monetize my own information and research, I'm in trouble out here in these streets. I'm just gonna keep it real, you feel me? I'm gonna just keep that thing real,
Hell yeah, no, you gotta keep it, as legit as possible, and do what you gotta do to, make a business out of this, bro. Cause like you say, this the inner you. Just so happen to get in crossroad with a few other people's life, and we all witnessing it. But it's a bunch of other inner yous that just so happen to be on the same frequency. So it all tie into the same thing. Ain't nothing new under the sun, bro. Just you already know what it is, man.
So to the people that want to access this page, brosanchez.com/products, hit enter. It'll take you there. Or you can get in the video description area and you'll see the links to all of this stuff there as well. So appreciate the brother Diggy with the love, and yeah, man, how the bill is going fire. I'm not putting up no more slides. That's enough of me being deep for the night, man. I got to get my ass up out of here, man. I'm starving at this point, yo. But I want to say, man, let me cut my camera on. I love you guys. Be safe. I really appreciate everything y'all do to support. Believe, trust me and believe when I say that y'all donations really help me do what I do. The continuation of this research, it depends on the generosity of individuals like y'all who believe in the power of knowledge and the impact it can have on society. Yes, that's some shit that I wrote, yeah. But I'm just saying though, it's real, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all don't gotta donate, but y'all do. So appreciate my Patreons, the people that hit the Cashapp every show, that hit the PayPal. It helps us to be able to do what we're doing. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for copping the products and being at the pay-per-view events. All of that is forms of support. Hitting the like button, share button, support. I appreciate you. So peace and love. And that's why I'm going to always have a platform to give my community a microphone and a voice, and I'm going to be approachable. But yeah, but salutes to y'all, man. I'll see y'all on the next one as always, man. Much love. Thank y'all so much. Go get Theory of Forms and make sure that you come on out if you can. Go to brosancheztv.com and go to the event section, all right, which it should lead you right there now. And you will see all of my past events, pay-per-view events, my past presentations, debates, and as far as products go, then that is documentaries and calendars and all that. Those ain't really events, it's just a documentary, so that's why I set it up like that, so I don't want to confuse you. Events are on one page, and you can get previous events for sale there. And you can also go to products where I got edited documentaries that I'm gonna be constantly putting over here so that you can further your research and journey with me, extra content. And a lot of this stuff I'm gonna put for free for my Patreon. So if you're a Patreon, some of these products and some of these events you'll get for free. Peace and much love. Love y'all.
Bro Sanchez.